Diego's business community is different than other parts of the country.
Yeah. You're gonna wrap up these deals in Brickell.
Yes.
When would those wrap?
2030.
What?
2030.
2030?
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna be 90 years old then, bro.
My biological age?
Yeah.
I know you're into health.
Yeah.
So I did my biological age last year. 24.
Wow.
24.
I wonder
Speed of aging.
Yeah, you're on fast. We started this again. What encouraged you to fast, and why did you do that?
Fasting for health benefits.
Have you done it before?
I've fasted before, 16 hours, 18 hours, but never like this.
Yeah, 72.
Never 72. Never even beyond 24.
Yeah.
Until this year. And so health benefits, longevity, wellness. We're seeing that we can live much longer. I just had a guy, Kevin Peak, on my show. He wants to live to 100. So the body, and is regenerating, it's killing dead cells. Mm-hmm. The improvements that you get in this 72-hour fast are just, it's almost like a miracle. You're turning back the clock. I'm sure you feel amazing after your fast. Yeah. I'm feeling great. And it was also a challenge. I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could do it.
Yeah, well, you can do anything. Yeah, you're a winner, bro. So, what would you tell people, Jay, the negatives of real estate, and then also the negatives of the construction game?
Yeah.
So that people understand what they're getting into.
Yeah.
First the real estate.
The negatives of you can have in real estate are, if you don't know what you're doing, you make a mistake. You talk to your buddy, they have a deal.
Yeah.
They have a deal. I have a friend of mine came into my office yesterday. Yeah, he said, Dad, I'm going to invest in this deal, and what do you think about it? And I said, okay, the deal is car condos, and I said, okay, who's the developer? Developer for it.
Hey, Maddie.
How big's the project? $75 million. He wants me to put money. I said, you could have a big.
Man, I haven't been asleep yet.
Right. And he doesn't have a partner that's done it. Okay. So
I'm like, wow.
Deals. And I said, look, you're going to get yourself in trouble.
Man, I've been trying to.
But that's one way you can get in trouble is if you don't know what you're doing.
Flush myself out.
Is you're over levered.
I've been, man, it's crazy.
You don't have cash flow. If you're not in the right location, you have bad tenants. These are all ways that you can get in trouble.
Yeah.
But staying power is important in real estate because every asset class goes through different cycles. So real estate is no different. I think it's the best asset class.
Yeah.
One of them out there. But those are some of the problems.
Yeah. Now the complications with building. Blank piece of land.
Grant Cardone, real estate broker.
Engineers, you have general contractors, you have partners.
I never knew he didn't build.
You're underwriting.
Hello, how are you?
Know the numbers. You have to get real data from these experts. And
I'm exhausted, but at least I didn't go to sleep for nothing that happened to me. That's crazy.
I'm talking to the contractors. We're getting bids from all the big.
I'm even up.
And how do they control the cost of cement?
I know.
Glass, steel, cost, copper cost.
So your general contractor, your GC, is managing the subcontractor. Okay, so your cement guy, that's V1 cost. So we know what that pricing is. This is what your shear walls look like. Here's the cubic tonnage of cement that we need. Here's the cost per ton that it's going to cost you.
But I predict that it'll be 3 years.
They'll call the electricians and the cement people.
Yeah.
And get a number.
Yeah.
And so we're managing as we're going. So when you start the design, you start with a conceptual plan. What can I build here? Right? The numbers work out. Schematics. Then you get to construction drawings. So you have detailed drawings, and you're further along in your process. That's when you go out and you get bids. And they're going to be more accurate bids. And then the contractor, how we
Like, share, subscribe.
The contractor signs what's called a GMP. guaranteed maximum price. So they say
12
hey,
lights.
they'll
Wow.
250 million. Any overage, I'm responsible.
Start going to the Diamond News page.
And now the problem with the GM.
We just don't have any followers, I don't think.
He protects himself.
We're in a competitive market, so we have 6 GCs that have bid to us.
So somebody's gonna get it right.
Yeah, someone's gonna get it.
Yeah, so the timing, how long it takes, construction costs, liability, what about liability? Or you're protected on everything?
There's always risks. There's always risks.
But for 100 million, you're like,
yeah, you'll do the work.
yeah.
You'll take the risk. You'll take the stress.
Yeah, and then leverage, Jay, how much leverage do you put on these deals? Do you try to max out your leverage as a builder because
Construction financing is about 60%.
okay.
60%.
And the other 40, what are you gonna pay for that other 40?
So the other 40, and
You could come to me and say, hey, Grant, you wanna fund this project? I'm like, okay, I'll do it.
yeah,
What do I expect to get? What would you give me for that money?
depends what time you come into the deal. At what point? You come in the beginning, you take the risk, we take the risk together, you're gonna get a higher return. You come later on when it's de-risked,
Yeah.
as you know, there's gonna be a lower return. We can use buyer deposits to fund construction. So that's one of the huge advantages and why you see George Perez is a billionaire.
Yeah,
He's out there.
I was with George 2 weeks ago. Yeah, what a guy.
Yeah.
With a related group?
Yeah. And yeah. He's the godfather of
Yeah.
Miami real estate.
Now, cost to build today.
Yeah.
Like if I was in Miami.
Yeah.
Cost to build a condo, what is it?
About $800 a square foot.
800, so 1,000 square feet is gonna cost $1.6 million to build.
Yeah.
So talk about, and I was saying this the other day, I'm like, I saw some guy on X, these people on X are such, like, I'm like, what are you guys doing? They keep quoting housing numbers.
Yeah.
Housing prices have to come down. I'm like, guys, housing prices cannot come down
No, they're not.
if the cost of the land and the permits, and the building and the construction costs and the labor don't come down. Like you can't make stuff come down.
No.
So I looked in Austin. I think Austin costs $600 a square foot to build.
Okay.
So that's $1.2 million for a 2,000 square foot house.
Yeah.
So just talk about here. How does housing prices go down? How would anybody make them go down? Like everybody's waiting for them to go down. I'm like, they're not going down, folks. I'm sorry to tell you this, but how would that happen?
The only way, well, not the only way, but one way that they would go down is if there was an increase, a huge increase all of a sudden in supply.
But how could that be?
And it's not going to happen. So these people, granted, I agree with you, housing prices are going to go down. We're in a crash.
Right.
People forget it's a math equation.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
math.
It's math. It's interest rates. When the
Well,
cost of a mortgage doubles.
Yeah, but even if the interest rates, let's say there was no rent,
Yeah.
how does the cost of the build go down?
If your construction costs go down,
Okay, but how would that happen? How would the cost of cement go down?
if your energy costs go down,
How would that,
potentially,
how would that happen? How does labor prices go down?
labor prices.
What, how? You don't have enough labor on these jobs now. How many times are you short labor? And it's labor.
Labor's tough. Labor's tough.
Yeah. Drywall,
Yeah.
electricians, plumbers, HVAC, roofs.
We need more of those
siding. Fuck you. How are you gonna get them? Take interest rates to zero. I told the Trump, guys, you can get interest rates to zero. You're not gonna solve the problem.
Right.
The problem is to get rid of regulations. You can't do that. Pass the
Deregulate.
That's probably, on a project you're doing, what percentage of the cost of that project is just bullshit? Permits?
We're lucky, we're fortunate in Florida, and it's one of the reasons that we have so much growth.
You think it's better here than California?
Oh, yeah, no,
New York?
yeah, no,
Boston?
yeah, 100%.
But it's still 15 or 20% of the project?
In the Pacific Palisades in California, the fires were a year and a half ago. They issued, very many permits. We know, yeah,
Zero.
yeah, they need you. In
You
California.
still think, no, they don't need, they're not ready for change. Okay, they're ready for me when they're ready for radical tsunami of change.
Radical.
So what percent here in Miami on Brickell, what do you think the percentage is just soft permit, non-tangible, no value to anyone.
It's not as much as people may think. We have a great selling framework in Miami, in Miami-Dade, in Florida.
But I still gotta get it approved. I still have to.
Yeah.
So what do
You're gonna have to pay lawyers to do that.
good. There's no value to the end user in any of this stuff. You know what I'm saying right now?
Yeah, I understand.
What's the value in somebody stamping something approved?
We definitely need a better process.
So what percentage of your cost to build is just bullshit?
It's the
No value fluff.
in a condo tower. It's de minimis. It's not a lot.
Okay.
The permits.
That's why you wanna go bigger. The bigger you go, the less that cost is.
Yeah. It's for your time. And see, you talk about this all the time.
Okay, so let's talk about that single family home guy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the costs have to go down. So I'm just getting a change. And there's a code, you know, these codes that you have to abide by. So I have to have railings.
Is this here or? Yeah.
I have down to the pool, and I have to have railings. I don't need the railings.
Yeah.
I have a wall I can hold on to. But they said, no, you have to have railings.
Okay.
Because there's some code. So what do I have to do? I have to go put the railings in. Okay, I gotta bring them back out here to look at the railings. And everybody knows what I'm gonna do with the railings tomorrow.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that is a cost. That's the codes. That's when the city gets involved and makes things more expensive.
Over-regulation, of course, that's a problem. You see it in California, you see it in Europe. Fortunately, Trump won, and we got rid of, these local policies.
Yeah.
A lot of these things that didn't help anyone, as the current administration talks about, that if there's one new regulation, he wants to get rid of 10 regulations.
Yeah.
So that will help. And our business leaders were just in Davos, and they were saying, look,
Yeah.
it's time to go. It's time to grow. Let's deregulate.
Yeah. Even Europe's starting to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go back to this. How do we make housing affordable in America?
We build more.
Okay, so you're going to build what? How many? We'll say we built 3 million units. The supply goes up, but how did the cost go down? The cost to build.
Sabrina Gonzalez, sniffles, scrapes, really bad boo-boos. Sabrina's one of over 15,000 pharmacists and communities just like yours. Who knew?
I know. With Chewy, never run out of tailored nutrition for seniors, puppies, and every age in between. It's getting hot.
Come on, y'all. My plate. That's not a question, man. I'm chill.
Karen, we saw Pathfinder do this.
Not that you would. Don't you really? The new V6 powered Nissan Pathfinder. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
The cost could stay the same.
Okay. Okay.
The cost could stay the same. Right?
So let's say
let's say the cost to make these waters
Yeah.
is $5.
Yeah.
Right. You're the only one with a water bottle, so okay. Your cost is $5. You want to charge $20. I have to pay you $20. Right.
Yeah, if you're thirsty.
Right. If you're thirsty.
Yeah.
The next guy comes. I see you charging $20. I'm going to charge $18. People are going to come to me.
Yeah.
Right. So we're in a free market.
I might buy one. I might be like, or
Come buy it for $18.
$5.
Yeah. I made 13.
And then I sell it back to this guy for 20. I had my stock sells for 20. I make $2 on yours.
Good. I made 13.
Yeah, that's right. But you're out of stock now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take that 13, I'm gonna go buy more water.
Yeah, but Jay, you can't, my issue with this is that how do you get the cost? If the guy can't afford $440,000 for a single family house.
Right.
Can't put the 20 grand down, 5%, can't make the $3,000 payment. If you build another million units that are $440,000, he still can't afford it, no matter how many you build.
This person, whoever that is, that person, they're not in the market. No matter the price, if it's 300 or if it's 100, interest rates come down, more people are gonna be able to go.
No, I agree with that.
So that's the big driver, and we just saw it in South Florida. South Florida Business Journal just sent out this week that in December, year over year, single family home sales, condo sales were up 10%, 10.1%, 13%.
Yeah.
In almost that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So this rate, it's happening. We are entering into the growth phase. That's my prediction.
Okay, let's talk about my real estate Bitcoin. Okay, well, you seen what I'm doing. What's your opinion? What's your feedback on it? How would you do it different?
You have always been a visionary and a trailblazer and a leader. You paved the way in social media.
All right, that's good.
Crowdfunding. I believe in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's limited supply.
Yeah.
There's only 21 million coins. We know fiat, our currency, valuation of the dollar is going down. So I believe in that. I believe in good real estate. That's really smart. Okay. The price, lately of Bitcoin is, it's been kind of humming along.
It's just nasty.
It's
Disappointing, like a nagging wife.
You're gonna buy more. Now is the time to buy more, because this is a long game. You're gonna be in this a long time. I think it would be worse if it was going up every day. It was 150,000, 200,000, right? This thing's kind of going out of control.
I'm checking on the price right now.
It's about 89,000. Doesn't matter. Get back to that. You're right.
So putting the two together, why does that make sense or not make sense to you?
Well, it makes sense because you get to hedge. So if you believe in cryptocurrencies, if you believe that the financial system is going to move to the digital world, Bitcoin is the store of value. There's a limited supply. You understand supply. You understand that long term, Bitcoin will go up because there's more demand. People don't realize what the current administration and globally people are doing for crypto. The last administration had all these regulations. They were going after all the crypto. The current administration is opening it up. So we're in the early days. You're early, which is the making sense over this, right? So next year might not be, Grant is a genius if Bitcoin went to 200,000.
Yeah.
But over time, this trade is gonna play out.
Yeah.
And you buy great real estate. So I believe in that.
You saw that Boca deal that we bought.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, that could be content.
Yeah. Yeah, there's huge upside.
Yeah.
No development risk. Same. Yeah. Boca, incredible location.
366 units.
What do you think goes up for? 366. I'd have to know the square footage. I did the math.
About 1,000. I mean, we could collapse some of them. I don't need 366. We can collapse it down to. We could put 2 units together, spend some money there.
Yeah.
What do you?
Maybe 1,800 to 2,000. 1.8 million to 2 million. You have 366. 720 to 2. What do you think?
230.
Yeah, 200.
I make 500.
Yeah.
You're gonna help me with
My
that.
numbers could be up.
So who would you bring on? Who would be your top 3 GCs to turn that into a condo?
To turn that into a condo.
Yeah.
Well, there's more than 3, so I wouldn't limit us to lots of the market.
Yeah.
So they've all
That big build for their fee, just their building to get out, or they're
just for their fee.
yeah, they just want to get they're just builders.
They're just builders. They're just builders.
And you have a lot of they build from the ground up, or would one of these guys do this project?
One of these guys should probably do this project.
Yeah, we should talk about that.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I've never sold anything. I know I'll regret it, but if I can pick up $500 million for our investment on that deal,
Yeah.
and we end up owning the Bitcoin for free, we make $400 million. If I split it with a guy, let's say I split it.
Yeah.
We split 500. We each get 200 million.
Yeah.
Pay off the investment. Get a promote on 200.
Get a promoter on 200.
And I own Bitcoin.
And you own Bitcoin.
1,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah. Be your best deal ever. You've done a lot of good deals.
Jay, you're awesome, dude.
Yeah, correct. Thanks, man.
We're going to do this again, okay? Because I want to talk about, I'm looking at getting into a building. That's what we were being related about.
Okay.
And we're looking at tearing this down right here. Yeah. What do you think this would be per unit for the land? I've got 30 units right here. Aventura, right side of it, on the water. On the water. You going to get more than 50 grand a unit?
For the land?
For the land.
Yeah.
are selling for $550, $600 a unit.
Okay,
Across the street.
okay.
Mill Creek.
Yeah.
That's low. For apartments, not condos.
I'm thinking condo.
Yeah, you're a condo.
Yeah.
Well, dude, we should figure out how to do a deal together somehow.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But how much of your money, do you get any money off of social media? Or how much?
I don't do seminars.
You're getting it, yeah, but you're getting it from a big wedge from a, and
We're getting inbound.
Yeah.
On the way up here, we got a call. And said, someone talking on social media, they've been following me, they have a billionaire family from Mexico, they want to meet me. So that's how
yeah.
I get investors come to me through social.
We should look it up or something together, like on a, because I want to get in the building game, and I'm sure you'd like to be in my income game.
Of course, yeah.
So, it's cool.
Awesome. Great.
Okay, where can people follow you? And you're on Instagram,
At J. Robert.
at J. Roberts,
Anywhere, everywhere.
and you'll find him, you'll see what he's doing. Hey, best of luck to you, dude. I
Awesome.
appreciate you coming in. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for supporting the Grant Burnham Foundation last year.
No, it was amazing.
Yeah, I hope you, get to it.
We'll be back this year.
Good. Thank you.
Simulated trading on a pipe is a way to practice investing and learn how the stock market works without risking real money. It's how you build stocks and funds without using real money. As you make trades, your portfolio is tracked over time based on the actual value of your simulated investments. So you can see how they perform in real life, but with no actual money on the line.
Don't interrupt me, man. I'm trying to tell people how to make money. Okay, come on, let's make some money, guys. Because the last time I was with you, you called the fund that I was doing a pussy fund. Can I interrupt you one more time, though, just so the audience knows? First time I meet this guy, he says to me, I am your singer, though. And it's your podcast. And so, Gary fans, your fans, your audience, they want to hear you, not me. But what message do you have to the degenerates? My message is, guys, Michael Saylor is an American entrepreneur, inventor, and Bitcoin advocate, to say the least. Okay, co-founded MicroStrategy 1989, served as CEO until 2022, and now executive chairman. MIT graduate, Saylor pioneered business intelligence software and amassed a personal fortune exceeding $4 billion. He's going to be in our studios today, and this interview is whack. This cat has accumulated 460,000 Bitcoin. I got that close to him telling me how much he added today when it hit $94,000. Look, we're going to be talking today about some of these other Solanas, the Ethereums, the Ripple. He tells me at the end of the interview if they're going to make it or not, okay? When does he have to liquidate? I think the answer is going to shock you. We had a bunch of people live watching while we were running. Interview was phenomenal. I'm going to tell you something. I've interviewed some of the biggest players in the world. This guy that's going to sit in that chair is one of the most difficult interviews I've ever done in my life, okay? The amount of, first of all, his vocabulary is sick, okay? His understanding of the financial markets is ridiculous. I've been with him 5 or 6 times. I'm starting to just catch up with him. I'm going to try to get my questions in. I've been him on multiple times where I had to cut him off so many times. We almost got in a fight, again, stayed all the way to the end of the interview. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you hit the notifications. I'm going to do more interviews like this. Also, he's going to be going to the Middle East, and he's coming back, and he's trying to drop by our 10X Wealth Conference. So if you're going to be in Miami, December 12th, 13th, make sure you get here. Family offices, RIAs, personal finance, financial consultants, financial coaches. If you're in the wealth space, a family office, you run a family office, and you're looking to see what the wealthiest of the wealthy are doing to reduce their taxes and create generational wealth for the next, well, for immortality. We even talk about immortality and church and religion today, okay? Make sure you come see us at our wealth conference. Until then, enjoy this interview with Mr. Michael Saylor. What a day. Yeah, perfect time. Michael Saylor, appreciate you taking time with me. We've met a couple of times now, and really, inspired by everything you're doing today, Friday. What's the day today, guys? You probably know the day now. We got Bitcoin down to 94.5. What's your
Buying opportunity.
It is?
Buy the dip.
Yeah. Did you buy some this morning?
I am.
Yeah.
I bought Bitcoin every day this week.
Every day.
Every day this week. And we normally report our Bitcoin purchase on Monday morning. So on Monday morning we'll put out the announcement.
But is it a lot?
Yeah.
So Mike, when you're a public company, can you not say that day? Or are you restricted and you have to say it on Monday? Or could you tell me today?
No, I have to tell you on Monday.
Okay.
We do it every Monday. That's our cadence
Uh-huh.
before the market opens, and we file an 8K. And in the 8K, we'll tell everybody exactly what we bought, what we paid, and how we funded it.
Yeah.
We like to be precise about those things.
Yeah, and so look, I met you back in January. I think my brother brought me over to your house, and I didn't really know about the Bitcoin thing. I'd been studying. I got some 13 years ago, and I dabbled a little bit. And I asked you about mixing this with real estate, and you've given me some great advice. You've been a little sharp with me every once in a while because I think you get tired of dumb questions, right? Does that happen? Do you get frustrated with people that are new to the space and they're asking you questions? You're like, don't you get this?
You get, it depends upon the time of the day. If you've been talking for 12 hours, then you get a little bit tired by the 13th hour.
So
You catch me in the morning.
yeah, is the morning's a better time? Because the last time I was with you, the last two times I was with you, one you called the fund that I was doing a pussy fund.
I just suggested you should put more Bitcoin in.
And I did, and we went from 85 to 15, and now we're like 1/3 debt, 1/3 real estate, 1/3 Bitcoin.
Really?
You think that's aggressive?
I think the point that I'm making is you search the entire world for a good idea. And there aren't that many good ideas,
Right.
I
I agree.
mean, Apple was a good idea 20 years ago, or Amazon was a good idea, and Bitcoin is a good idea. A good idea is something that could 10 to 100x its money. So if you think about all of the things you discovered in the last 30 years that could increase by a factor of 10x or 100x, and 10x and Bitcoin is 10x in 5 years since I got into business, but think about all that and then ask yourself the question, should you put 2% of your money into a good idea? Are you gonna have 49 other equally good ideas? Okay, 10% of your money, put 10% of your money into an idea that 10x is you double your money. But of course, is everything else, does that mean that you're gonna put 90% of your money into a not good idea? So my issue there is, if I think about my history as an investor, my number one regret is if you found a good idea, you wish you had bought more.
Right, that's right, always.
And you wish you never sold. So if I can spirit you back 20 years and give you the chance to buy Apple or Amazon or Bitcoin,
I didn't buy any.
are you going to give advice to someone they should put 2 or 3 or 5% of their portfolio in? I think if you're going to do it, you should put in an amount of money that changes your life.
Yeah.
So, well, look, if you're diversifying and you find a brilliant idea, maybe you put 5 to 10% of your wealth in it because you want to stay diversified. But Jeff Bezos didn't get rich by having 5% of his assets in Amazon and selling 95% of his Amazon stock as soon as he could. Right? So Steve Jobs, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bernard Arnault, they don't get rich by selling 95% of their good ideas and keeping the last 5%, or by selling 90%. So I just think when you find, if you're pitching someone a digital real estate fund,
Yeah.
you know, and if real estate's gonna go up 7% a year, and Bitcoin's gonna go up 30% a year, then you don't wanna be 10% Bitcoin and 90% real estate. It's just a little bit better than everything else in the world. Why not put it half and half?
Yeah.
And then why don't you deliver 20% gains a year when the entire rest of the real estate industry gives you 7? Because if it's a bad idea, it ought to be 0 and 100% real estate.
Yeah.
And if it's a good idea, then you might as well go 50-50,
Right.
because that way you're giving someone juiced real estate 3 times as good as every other real estate investment in the world. I think if it doesn't work and you put 10% of your money into it and it doesn't work, then you just had a dog real estate fund and it failed, right?
Yeah.
So when you have an idea, you either think it's gonna work and you might as well put in enough such that you win and everybody gets rich, or don't do it at all. I'm not a big fan of that, but I'll give you one more example. Rockefeller invents kerosene.
Yeah.
Kerosene is the most highly distilled form of crude oil. And it's jet fuel. It's rocket fuel, right? It's pure liquid energy. Okay, so a good idea is I build a rocket. I build a rocket ship, I build a jet engine, I build a jet airplane, or maybe I create gas or diesel, I give you a car or truck. Those are all good ideas. Henry Ford, Boeing, they did that. What's a conventional idea, safe idea? I put a kerosene lamp in the back of my horse and buggy.
Right.
And I tell all my horse and buggy customers that now they can read a book while they're in the horse and buggy crossing the nation. Or I put a kerosene heater in the back of the buggy because my customers complain about it taking 30 days to go across the Rockies in a buggy, and so I heat them up. And my point is, you don't really want to be the dude that's 2% invested or 3% invested in a revolutionary idea. You want to create the rocket ship. And so, in that case, I feel like either don't do it, or do it in such a way that it's so much better than everything else in the world that everyone will sell everything else and buy your thing, and everybody lives happily ever after. So that's my view.
Where do you think the diversification, who sold the diversification to America, into the world? The idea to go into, an ETF or a mutual fund?
It's a classic thing. I think when you don't know the answer, when you have 100 choices and you genuinely don't know the answer, and you're in the business of selling a diversified fund, you pitch in diversification. Right. So I think partly the Vanguard 500, John Bogle, and then conventional finance people. But
It's $11 trillion sitting over there. It's done very well for them, but I don't know that it's done that well for the
the world's full of hedge fund guys that created diversified portfolios, and their pitch was, no one decision we make is going to bankrupt you, so give us all your money.
Right.
But if you actually look at the results, they underperformed consistently. The king of diversification is just to buy the S&P index, but generally, I think that there's a distinction here between the financial statisticians that want you to give them your money. For them, diversification is a good pitch because, like, hey, you're a retail investor or you're busy, and I'm going to protect your money by investing you in 27 uncorrelated diversified assets, and I'm going to rebalance the portfolio every month. And I'm going to have 50 analysts that rebalance the portfolio, and I'm going to charge a fee and 20% of the upside. And my value added is consistent dynamic diversification. So that's what they're selling, and they want you to believe that you need them, and they charge you. When you charge 2 and 20, you're basically taking 40% of somebody's capital over the course of 10 years. Right? So it's pretty expensive service. On the other hand, there's another view of the world, which is the engineer's view of the world. When you build an airplane, you've got the choice of building an airplane in copper, aluminum, or steel, or bronze, or bricks, or wood. And there's a right answer, aluminum, and everything else is the wrong answer. And if you build it in steel, it doesn't fly, and, you build it in clay, it doesn't work, right? You build it in copper, it's not working, so. In engineering, there's a right answer for the plane, it was aluminum. For bridges, there's a right answer, it's like steel, right? When you're creating a window, there's a right answer, for how what kind of glass you use, and then there's a wrong answer. So engineers are used to asking the question, what's the right answer? How about you want to conduct electricity through a line, copper, or titanium, or you can pick 100 metals, but there's one metal that works better than the other metals. So if you're an engineer and there's a right answer, you don't diversify, you pick the solution, because otherwise you die. But when you don't know the answer, when you're not sure whether copper's going up or aluminum's going up or steel is going up or a bushel of corn is going up in price, and nor does your customer know the answer.
Pick them all.
But you can create a service, which is I'll just give you a diversified mix of all of them, and that justifies your business and you charge a lot of money for it. But I think the diversification only makes sense when there is no right answer. Like the joke an example I use is, you're on a sinking ship and there's 10 lifeboats, and one of them, is watertight and the other have holes in the bottom of them. Find the one that's watertight, put the entire family in that one, and then you live, and pick the one that isn't watertight, you're gonna die, right? You're not gonna diversify across a bunch of imperfect components.
Were you looking 4 or 5 years ago, or before that, were you looking for something other than what you were doing?
During the COVID lockdowns, in the middle of 2020, we had $500 million in cash, and the bankers took the interest rate to 0. And, we were on 100. Yeah.
$500 million in cash.
$500 million. And, so it's like you have a $500 million real estate portfolio and the mayor of the city unilaterally reduces your rents to 0 and tells you they're gonna rent control the rent to 0 for the next 5 years because that's the right thing to do, because we're in a crisis, right? There's COVID crisis. And if you don't like it, then you must not be a good citizen, right?
Right.
Something, right? You're just insensitive capitalist. And the right thing to do is we just reduce the rents to 0 forever, which is easy to do with somebody else's money, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what happened during COVID, right? I mean, we literally did it with rents.
Yeah.
And we did it with capital. So when that happened, if that were to happen to you, if someone said, I'm reducing your unilaterally to 0 forever, and you could sell the property and move to a different state or move to a different city, you might very well do that, right? So we had $500 million worth of property. It was called Treasury bills. It was unilaterally reduced to a value of 0 per year. And I think Jerome Powell gave a speech, and he said very famously, he said, we're not even thinking about raising the interest rates until the year 2024 or 2025.
Right. Repeatedly he said it.
I didn't need to hear that twice. So I thought I better go find something else to buy other than Treasury bills. So we started thinking, could we buy a stock portfolio? Could we buy a portfolio of art? Could we buy some real estate? Could I buy a fraction of a sports team? Should I buy a bunch of gold, or should I buy a bunch of digital gold? And by the process of elimination, we went through all those things.
Had you been introduced to Bitcoin prior to that?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, I never really seriously thought about it,
Okay.
right? So I went through the process of elimination, and I started thinking maybe I should buy gold, but then I thought what I really like is something that feels like gold, a non-sovereign store of value bearer instrument, and I like something which is the best cross between gold and Google. I wanted a digital monopoly on money, digital gold. And I thought, well, this crypto stuff looks like it's digital gold, a crypto coin, 21 million crypto coins, because the appeal of gold is it's scarce and desirable as a store of value, and the appeal of crypto is I can teleport it, and I can self-custody it, and I can program it. So then I just started thinking, well, what's the crypto network which is most like gold? And I eventually decided Bitcoin was digital gold. And so we bought Bitcoin because, gold was the best idea of the 19th century. And arguably, if you wanted portable capital, you wanted portable property, you wanted money for the past 5,000 years, right? Gold was generally a pretty popular idea. But in the 21st century, what you like is something that's as desirable as gold, but you want it to be programmable, you want to move it at the speed of light, you want to put it on an iPhone, and the thing about Bitcoin, which is better, in addition to being programmable and digital, was that it's absolutely hard capped to 21 million coins. And so the inflation rate of Bitcoin is 0. It's pretty obvious to me over the long time horizon, as the limit goes from 0 to infinity, the inflation rate is 0.
Why is it 0?
Because it's 21 million, that's all there's ever gonna be.
Okay, so,
It's 21 million,
yeah,
right? And the rate at which we create more Bitcoin is asymptotically falling to 0. It's falling to 0.
asymptotic. What is that word?
Asymptotically.
That's a big word. Right?
It's like if I try to go to the wall there, and each time I move, I cut my step in half.
Okay.
And I go half as far and half as far and half as far and half as far. That's asymptotically approaching the edge of the room.
Wow.
But even over 1 billion trillion years, if I keep cutting my step in half, right there, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you say, well, how wide is the room? It's like 12 feet.
Right.
Well, so with Bitcoin, you know that there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoin. And in public company parlance, you would refer to that as the fully diluted share count. The fully diluted Bitcoin count between now and a million
There can't
years.
be more shares.
It's like if you knew you're only 21 million shares.
Yeah.
It's like when I'm valuing your company, I want to know, well, what's the total number of shares that can ever be issued between now and 100 years from now, right? I don't really care how many shares you issued this week or this month. I just want to know, are you going to 21 million shares? Or are you going to 2.1 trillion shares? Right? And so the fully diluted Bitcoin count was 21 million. And the significance of that is that means the inflation rate is 0. But the inflation rate on gold is 2%. And the fully diluted gold count is infinite, because if I keep increasing the amount of gold by 2% a year, that's infinite amount of gold. If you want to figure out practically how you value it, well, when you increase the supply of something by 2% a year, that means that you're doubling the supply every 36 years. That means the economic half-life of your money is 36 years. That means the half-life is 36 years. That means you're going to live 70 years. Okay, well, what's the half-life if the inflation rate is 0? Infinity. So what's your life expectancy if the inflation rate is 0? Your life expectancy is infinite. You're immortal. You're living for 1 billion trillion years.
Like that.
0 is 1 billion trillion years. You're a god. 2% is you're going to die. Half of you dies in 36 years. The other half dies in the next 36 years. Maybe you make 100 years and you're pretty much done for, right? And so it's the difference between a mortal life of a human being versus economic immortality. We can dismiss it if we just think in the next 12-month time frame. But, if you're an engineer, it's like, well, what's the difference between you lose 2% of your energy every cycle versus you lose none of your energy every cycle? None of your energy every cycle is perpetual motion. You last forever. 2% of your energy every cycle, and you spend it 100 times, there's nothing left, right? You burn out the motor. Okay. So I like the idea of gold, but then how much better, infinitely better, right? Infinitely better. So in 2020, we settled on Bitcoin, this digital gold. We decided we're going to sell our $100 million worth of treasury bills, and we're going to buy $500 million worth of Bitcoin.
First purchase was how big?
250 million.
Wow.
Next purchase, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later was, 20 days later or something was 175 million.
Your first purchase was $250 million. Half of your cash.
Yeah, well, actually, I would have bought it all, by the way. I wanted to buy it all, but the board of directors wouldn't let me. Like
I said that, you didn't. So let me ask you, how do you make a decision after years of accumulating that much fiat, that much cash? How do you make a decision in a week? I'm going to drop $250 million. Half of my reserves into one investment. How do you get that much conviction?
The
That
lockdowns-
did it take a minute?
The lockdowns hit, the politicians make us close the office, everybody goes home. Google and Apple and Amazon and Microsoft start sniping all of our employees from home. It's pretty clear, right? If I want to destroy your company, I sentence all of your employees to home jail, right? To home, and then I offer them 20% more to redirect their computer browser to some other company. So it's clear we're gonna lose all of our human capital. The stock tanks to $9 a share. The company's worth nothing.
This was my strategy of
2020.
Yeah.
I'm telling you the story of 20. You're asking me how did I
I
get
know, but
the
the audience, your software company.
It's March of 2020. We're a $500 million software company, and the lockdowns come, and all of our employees get sent home, and we're losing them to Microsoft and Amazon. And so we're losing our human capital. We're a public company. The stock tanks, it's valued at half of revenue or something. Call it $3 a share for the company's worth. And if we do, and then Jerome Powell says, well, the 500 million in capital, that's worth nothing forever. And our choice is either sell the company, it's like a fast death, just sell the company, give up, write off 30 years of work, or a slow death, cling on to $500 million of cash yielding zero, watch it get inflated 20% away a year, right? The inflation rate was 20% at that point. We're printing money like there is no tomorrow. Costs are, you can't see the inflation in 2020 because it's illegal to buy anything, right? When there's a war and the government doubles the money supply, but it's illegal to buy anything, you don't see the inflation. You see the inflation after the war ends, when you can go buy an airplane ticket or go to a concert or go try to go to a hotel, and at that point everything doubles or triples in cost, except you don't have any money, right? Because the government doubled the money supply. So it was pretty clear to me that the currency was collapsing, and we were going to have all our human capital stripped away, and we were, having all of our financial capital stripped away. And, I think the stock traded $1 million a day. Like no one cared at all about the company. And we're either going to basically sell the company, give up for, $8 a share, $10 a share, whatever, or we're going to cling to life for 5 more years, at which point all of our employees will have quit. The product won't be any good anymore. We've just had all of our talent stripped away from us, and then the world will say, well, they went out of business because they deserved to go out of business because they couldn't compete with the big guys, Or we could do something. We could take a risk. So it's that point in the movie where the guy is sitting in the Citadel with an army, and he sees there's a war, and there's the War of the Roses, and there's there's the white faction, and there's the red faction, the Yorks and the Lancasters, and you're either going to sit there and get starved to death by both of them, or you're going to pick a side, and you're going to ride out, you're going to fight, and if you win, maybe you get to live, and if you lose, well, at least you went out fighting, right? And so that was where we were at in 2020, and we decided it's either a fast death or a slow death, fight. And I thought maybe I would prefer to fight.
So you thought at that time, buying $250 million worth of Bitcoin in one day, and you bought any up to this point at all?
No, the way we got there,
Bitcoin.
nothing. No, look, it didn't happen in one day. What happened is I concluded by April that this was a way out. Bitcoin was growing 80% a year at the time. So you can buy something appreciating 80% a year, and it's a commodity on your balance sheet.
Faster than your company.
It's like, if you could buy a digital monopoly growing 80% a year at 1 times revenue, for sure. If you could buy a digital monopoly growing 30% a year for the next 20 years at 1 times revenue, would you? Everybody would. It's not a complicated idea. I expect Bitcoin to grow 30% a year for the next 20 years. It's a monopoly. You're getting you buy $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, you're getting a $100,000 business growing 30% a year. This monopoly at 1 times revenue. Why wouldn't you? Everybody would. the breakthrough was just thinking of it as doing a acquisition of a digital monopoly on money, right? It's the dominant digital monetary network, right? So we have to do a transformational acquisition. And since there's no other company growing 80% a year that's available at one times revenue that'll sell themselves to us, Bitcoin was the deal, right? Bitcoin was, yeah. So we looked at it and we thought we can buy the dominant digital monetary network at one times revenue. It's growing 80% a year. On paper, it looks just fine. It's just no one ever done it before. But the theory isn't that complicated. I mean, what did Facebook pay for WhatsApp or for Instagram? What's that? I mean, think of what did Google pay for YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a complicated idea. You buy the monopoly, something that 1 billion people need, nobody can stop this in hyper growth mode, it'll sell itself to you cheap. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So that wasn't the problem. The problem was no public company had ever done this before.
Right.
And so first I have to convince the officers of the company. Then I have to convince the board of directors of the company, right? And that takes a while. And then the logical thing is, let's just go ahead. We're going to bet the company on this, buy 500 million worth. But, between the lawyers and the risk managers, everybody thought, well, that's too risky. So let's do some. I said, well, what about 400? I'll do a buyback. 400 million of Bitcoin, I'll buy back 100 million of stock. No. 350 million of Bitcoin, I'll buy back 150 million of stock. No. 300 million of Bitcoin, I'll buy back 200 million of stock. No. Okay, here's my best and final offer. 250 million of Bitcoin, and I will buy back $250 million of the stock in the open market, the tender offer. Okay.
So explain that to me.
So when we announced the deal, what we said was,
Your mom, did you know Jeffrey is an entirely different budget category dedicated to keep up with my kids' crazy appetites. Luckily, if you take just 2 minutes to sign up, you can get spotted up to $200 through Chime without having to worry about any overdraft fees. So now I can treat my kids to their favorite snacks stress-free. So now I can treat my kids to a couple packs of berries. Apply now and you'll thank me later.
You bought a new car and your dealers will just update your policy? Do not do this. There's a way to compare over 50 insurance carriers without typing your info in. Over dealers get websites or getting up spam calls. I use the Jerry app to find the best insurance for me because you enter it for months, see your options clearly laid out so you can compare side by side. You can even switch policies right away. This is by far the best way to get the right car insurance for you. So download the Jerry app now to start comparing with confidence.
we're going to buy 250 million of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And we're launching a tender offer. The stock was $120 a share. We'll buy you out at $140 a share if you don't like the idea. So we basically said,
Who funded that?
the company. The company had $500 million.
Got it. Okay.
And the company said, we're going to buy
I'm a real
back.
estate guy. You got to remember, I'm a real estate guy, dude. It's like, to us, it's like, I got to see it, I got to touch it, I got to feel it.
Okay,
Go slow.
I'm the CEO of the company,
Okay.
and I want to do something very risky.
Got it.
But you're the outside shareholder, and you think I'm crazy.
Right.
So I say to you, I'm going to go bet the company on Bitcoin, but if you don't agree with me, I'll buy you out your shares.
Got it.
And so I'm going to offer you $140 a share.
$20 premium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to get off the ride.
Who took you up on that?
So the way it worked is we announced the 250 million Bitcoin, then we had a 20-day tender period, we made a tender offer, we offered to buy up to $250 million. The stock traded up, then it traded above the $140 price, and everyone that didn't like it sold into the open market at north of 140.
Wow.
When the 20 days finished, we had $60 million worth of shares tendered. We paid off the $60 million of shareholders at 140. We had about $175 million of extra cash at that time. We turned around and bought Bitcoin with that. So the first deal was 250, and that second deal was after the tender offer. It was the extra 175 million, and then Bitcoin rallied, the stock rallied, ran through the roof, and the rest is history.
So Bitcoin was what price then? Do you remember? I'm sure you do.
When we did the first deal, we bought Bitcoin, and we bought it like 11,800. okay?
And you just banged the bell, right? You just hit it?
No, then immediately Bitcoin crashed down to 9,600 or
God.
something, and we lost $40 million in the next 2 weeks.
Oh, my God.
And so,
And so what's going on for you when that happens? Because that's what happens every time I buy. It drops 20%.
it's an instructive story, because the point is, it was never easy. It will never be easy. And if you were buying expecting to get an immediate risk-free return in the next 2 weeks, you have the wrong attitude. So we bought it, the price crashed, we went through with the tender offer, we got 175 million, and we bought the next tranche at 10,200 or 10,300. So we doubled down after the dip, and then it turns around, flies through 12,000, runs to all-time highs at 19,000. The stock 10x's.
Yeah.
You know, all the stock options get exercised. We get another wall of money. We buy another $50 million worth.
Well, where's the wall of money come from? Explain the wall of money. It sounds sexy.
All the employees had stock options. And the stock options were, sorry, just adjust my cushion, please. The stock options are, struck at whatever, $190, $80. This is pre-split. The company eventually split 10 to 1. So these numbers seem different to you.
Yeah.
Because we split it 10 to 1. But so the stock options are whatever, 80, 90, 100, 110. When the stock's trading between 90 and 120 during the lockdowns, the stock options worthless.
Mm-hmm.
When we bought the Bitcoin and Bitcoin rallied, the stock went through the roof, rallied up to $200 and $300 a share, then $400 a share. When the stock rallies, all the employees exercise the stock options, and the company gets an avalanche of money from stock options.
Got it.
And so
they're buying the shares at 110.
Now the employees are selling the shares.
They're selling the shares.
They're selling the shares at 400, and they're exercising the option, which means they're buying the stock at 110, and the company's getting.
Got it. The company gets the 110.
Yeah, so the company generated a lot of stock option income because the stock took off. And so we bought another tranche of Bitcoin, and the volatility spiked, the liquidity spiked, the stock went through the roof, and by December of that year, we were able to do a $650 million convertible bond offering at 75 basis points interest.
Yeah.
So someone gave us $650 million of free money.
Mm-hmm.
By December, and by February, we did a $1 billion deal at 10x. The strike price was $1,400 a share. Remember, the tender offer was $140 a share.
Right.
So we did a convertible deal at 10 times the price of the tender offer, maybe 6. So the tender offer was in September. So
Can you hold that? Can you hold that thought? Where did you learn the financial engineering part? Like, I know you're an engineer by nature. Okay, you're a very intelligent guy. You studied history. But every time I'm with you, dude, I'm just like, where did you start seeing this? Did you look a lot?
I took the company public in 1998. And so I've been a public company CEO for 22 years by the time we went into this.
You're how old?
Well, when I took the company public, I guess I was 33.
Okay. Yeah. Jesus.
I started the company when I was 24. So I started when I was in 89. I was 24, and then we were a private company from 89 till 98. And at 33, I took the company public, and then I lived through all sorts of.
You went the IPO route.
Yeah.
What do you call that? The rite of passage.
I guess.
Yeah, that's what you told me it is.
Yeah, and, I had experience as a private investor, and so I invested in all these big tech stocks, and I made a lot of money investing in Apple and Amazon, like 20x my money in all the big tech things. And I had a vivid recollection that I worked myself to death, like 3,000 hours a week for 10 years in my business, and I couldn't get ahead. We were basically banging our head against the wall against Microsoft. But 1 hour a month, I would invest in Google or Apple or something, and I was making a fortune, and it was easy.
Mm-hmm.
And, I started thinking, if I had it to do again, I think I'd take the company money and invest in the big tech stocks, because then the shareholders would all get rich, because simply working harder to compete with Microsoft is not a way to get ahead, right? They're just too powerful. You cannot compete against the monopoly of the world. So I had that experience. I had some experience trading swaps and currencies and other things. So I had an intellectual interest in these things. But really, necessity is the mother of invention, France. It's like when someone tells you, you know, I got some bad news, it looks like you're gonna die of something, you've got 12 weeks to live, you all of a sudden get religion, and you start, you know, you go online and start interrogating the AI, you start arguing with the AI about whether this is right or wrong, and someone says, maybe you might wanna change your diet, and the thing you dismissed for 50 years, you think, maybe I might wanna change my diet.
Right.
You know, so I think you get open-minded when you have this near-death experience, and what they say in the history of science, and you know, one of my degrees at MIT was the history of science. They say the only time you ever see a paradigm shift is either when the old guard dies, like you know, people that think they know how the world works just have to die, just gotta get out of the way. Max Planck said science advances one funeral at a time, right? And then the other time when there's a paradigm shift and people embrace a new idea radically is during a war. Right? War on COVID, World War II, someone's dropping a bomb on your head and you're an aircraft denier, you don't believe in air power, right? You don't believe in nuclear power and they drop an atomic bomb on you. Okay, a lot of things that people rejected, we literally court-martialed Billy Mitchell. Right? Like the military court-martialed the guy that said, you know, the Air Force is important and airplanes are important. The Army court-martialed it, right? Harbor is a war. What?
You think COVID was a war, or equivalent?
It's absolutely a war.
Yeah.
There are two wars going.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe three, right? There's a war in COVID, technically, right? That biological war. There's a cultural war. Right? There's a cultural war. The war when we shut down every small, mid-sized business and bankrupted gym owners and restaurateurs and everyone that worked with their hands in the blue-collar labor while we enriched Wall Street and hedge fund managers, right? Everybody on Wall Street had the best year of their life, and everyone that actually was a blue-collar laborer, not only were they bankrupted, they were thrown in jail for showing up to work, right? Had their reputations destroyed, their accounts frozen, things like that. There's definitely a cultural war there. You still can't talk about it, right? It's still very difficult to talk about. And then you have a currency war, a war on the currency, right? When you basically determine that the interest rate is going to zero, you're inflating the currency through the roof, you're devaluing someone's assets, right? I am devaluing your currency, and of course, all of the derivatives of the currency. So there was a currency war as well, and if you didn't notice it, right, you must have been in a coma for the year. I think everybody noticed it, and the issue is, how did people react to it, right? And everybody's got their own story of how they reacted to it, but I think it was pretty transformational to a lot of people in the world.
So you're
Loss, social investment.
Autopilot clothes, turn them into cash for vintage. Snap a photo, shipping. And with zero seller fees, you keep every dollar you earn. Less clutter in your home, more money in your pocket. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on Vinted today.
This is COVID, your business is suffering, you're losing employees. Did you lose a lot of employees to the big guys?
Yeah.
How many employees did you?
Well, I don't have the exact number,
No, but I mean-
but when someone's got $1 trillion, they're not offering less money to the employees they're hiring away than you're paying, right?
And they can stay home.
Yeah, so we were losing our employees, we're having our talent stripped from us, the business, as I said, it was either fast death or slow death, you could fight. So we decided we were gonna fight, and
When
we're
did you
done
know
okay.
you were right? How long before you're like, okay, this is a new industry, not just a surviving business?
By October of 2020, we launched that tender offer August 10th, August 11th of 2020, and made the second buy in September And right around the time that PayPal announced support for Bitcoin, and then when Square came out and they bought Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin rallied into the teens and ran toward the all-time high, and our stock rallied, it was clear we'd saved the company. And, you know, and it was a gambit that it worked out.
When did you know you were creating an industry? I mean, obviously.
You know, what happened was, our journey was, we started out of desperation and frustration, right? I would say Q2, Q3 was desperation and frustration. You fight or you die. And then I think we moved into opportunistic phase. It became opportunistic. Hey, someone will give you $1 billion for 7 years to invest in your business. Do you want the money? Of course I want the money, right? Okay, so it became opportunistic, and then at some point I realized that there weren't very many public companies. Being a public company that's a well-known seasoned issuer with an options market that can actually issue bonds and sell equity to buy Bitcoin made us a very unique creature, so it became strategic, right? There are a lot of people I meet even today, and they go, well, you know, I had money locked up in a 401k back in 2020, and I believed in Bitcoin, but I couldn't buy any, and then you came along, and so I could buy your stock, and I made a fortune, right? People in the UK had money locked up in a retirement account. People in the US, you know, a lot of people, they could buy an equity, but they couldn't buy the underlying Bitcoin. And if you bought our equity, you could use money tied up in a retirement or IRA account. You could borrow against the shares. You could trade the options on the shares. And then we created these convertible bonds. And if, you know,
21.
Yeah, well, actually starting in 2020.
Okay.
Right, I mean, if you believe in Bitcoin in September of 2020, you can't buy Bitcoin.
I couldn't because
your money's in a retirement account.
and the Merrill Lynch wouldn't allow me to.
Even today, you can't buy Bitcoin from retirement.
Oh, really?
5 years ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Go try it.
Okay.
So you can't buy a crypto asset in a regulated retirement account in Australia or in the UK or the US. You know, for the longest time. So a lot of people have a lot of capital tied up. Even if your money was freely yours, you would then have to go and set up a relationship with a crypto exchange. That would take you 6 weeks to 12 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Then you would have to wire them the money. Then you would have to buy it. It was very difficult. And even if you did it, let's say that you actually had money that was free and clear and you set up a crypto relationship. So you put all your money into that, but you can't borrow against it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so we became
virtually illiquid.
We were an institutional on-ramp for people.
Right.
Right, you can borrow against MSTR, you can buy MSTR, you can direct your retirement funds into MSTR, you can, by the way,
You didn't know my story though. In 2020, you didn't know this would happen, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, I didn't know.
Yeah, right.
I learned it.
Yeah.
It was a fortunate happenstance, a serendipitous development, right? I didn't know all those things. All I knew is we're going to die unless we fought.
Right.
And so your back is against the wall, and you decide, I'm not going to roll over and die. I'm going to fight. What came out later was we became the largest issuer of convertible bonds in the world, and we had the most valuable convertible bonds because they're backed by Bitcoin. And so that was a lucky find. That was worth $10 billion. And then it turns out there was no ETF. IBIT didn't exist until 2024. Any Bitcoin-backed ETFs didn't exist. So for 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, there were no ETFs, and so we were the equity on-ramp for people, and that was another fortunate happenstance. Then it turns out that all the derivatives traders want to trade in the options market. You want to buy calls or puts or whatever. Well, we ended up going from a $1 million open interest to $100 billion open interest. Okay, $100 billion makes you like one of the 10 biggest options markets in Wall Street. So I didn't know that was going to happen. It didn't occur to me, but because we were a company that had been public since '98, we're a well-known seasoned issuer. So the options immediately came to life. We could issue the bonds. We could do the financing. Our equity became liquid. You could borrow against it. And so we inherited all of the financial apparatus, Schwab or a JP Morgan or a Morgan Stanley. And we could, our security could be bought in, UK retirement accounts. So we got a bit of a benefit there and a head start by being a pioneer.
Right.
When the ETFs got approved by the SEC
This year?
in January of 2024.
Okay, last year.
Yeah, when they got approved, they were crippled by the SEC. The options markets on the ETFs were crippled, could only trade very small amounts of options contracts. And so we still were the dominant derivatives on-ramp and off-ramp for the entire crypto economy, right? Like at one point, we were like $100 billion and the next closest thing was 10 billion. So we were 10 times bigger and, our stock was trading 3, 4, 5 billion a day and that was twice as much as everything else combined.
$5 billion
A day.
dollars.
Yes, $3 billion, and $3 to $5 billion of MSTR trading every day.
And prior to that, what were you trading? Before you,
In February of 2020,
yeah,
$2 million
oh my God, $2 million.
a day.
Hmm.
We went from 2 million to 4 billion.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so even in 2020 though, our equity was trading twice as much as all the other ETFs combined. So we became an institutional on-ramp for equity, for derivatives, for fixed income, for bonds. And that was all serendipitous. So answering your story, right? We go from frustration and desperation to opportunistic, then it becomes strategic. And one of the things you can do if you're a WIXI, a well-known seasoned issuer, is you can file a registration statement to sell $1 billion in bonds on a Monday, and you can sell them on a Tuesday. You don't have to wait for approval from the
WIXI is what now?
well-known seasoned issuer.
And you were well known.
WKSI, WIXI.
Okay. Well, you're well known because,
It's literally a legal term.
okay,
It is the term applied to a public company in the United States that can file a registration statement and sell securities to the public the next day.
but
Without,
the well-known part is because you're public, because you've been traded, because you have.
don't ask me why they call it that. It's just a legal term.
Okay, well-known,
Well, the legal term is, this is a company we know well.
got it.
It's seasoned. It's been issuing securities for a decade or some long time. And it's an issuer.
Got it.
Well-known seasoned issuer,
Okay.
WIXI.
Okay,
It's a technical term,
okay.
right? Everybody's learning something today.
We all on this something, guys?
But here's the important something to learn. There's 400 million companies in the world. There's 40 million companies in the US. There's 4,000 big publicly traded companies. There's maybe 400 WIXIs. There's maybe 2 to 400 well-known seasoned issuers.
Wow.
So in the entire
I want to be one of those.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The punchline to this story is, if you can sell $1 billion of security to the public without waiting for permission from the regulators, that's a massive competitive advantage.
Right. So
Okay.
you announce on Monday, Tuesday, you're collecting money.
Yeah, and of course, this is a capability we had in 2019 or 2020. But of course, we never had a reason to sell securities. Most well-run public companies aren't in the business of selling or issuing securities. They're in the business of buying them back. So the big inversion, right, the paradigm shift, the thing that allowed us to really, you said, when you become, the leader of the movement or create new industry,
Yeah.
right? It's when we, as an issuer, you can sell $1 billion a week of securities. If you're not a well-known seasoned issuer, if you're a public company, but one of the smaller ones, you file a registration statement and you wait for 3 to 6 months to get permission.
The whole market.
And by the time 6 months has gone by, it's too late.
Right.
Okay, maybe you wait a year.
Right.
If you're not a public company, it's a well to sell the security. Then, you might spend 3 years. It takes 3 years to take a private company. You know a little bit about this.
Yeah.
It's not easy to go from being a private company to
It's
being a
almost
public.
impossible.
They make it hard, don't they?
Why do they make it so hard? Then we'll get back into this, but
It probably goes back 100 years,
I don't think
right?
it's for the good of the investor though.
Go back to 1930s with the SEC Act of 1933. It it was a reaction to the 1929 stock market crash, and it was a bunch of guys in Washington DC making a power grab to centralize control of the securities industry in Washington DC and moving away from New York City. Depending on who you believe, you know, there are a lot of historians that say this was a triumph of the Rockefeller interest over the JP Morgan interest, and they wanted to prevent JP Morgan from creating so many companies and exercising so much control. So in the SEC 40 Act, or the SEC 33 Act, they basically said, you know, you have to get permission from an agency in Washington DC before you sell securities to the public. And we might not give you that permission. So, I mean, I could talk about that for hours and hours, and there's tens of thousands of pages written on it, but all of it has to do with quote-unquote investor protections. And you could characterize it as one point of view, right? The very regressive point of view is, I can conceptualize a situation where some investor might lose money or might be victimized, and so therefore I'm going to prevent anybody from doing anything.
Right.
And then the other point of view would be, I think it's better to let a million businesses do things, and if someone commits fraud, they should be civilly or criminally liable for the doing of everything, but let's let people drive the cars, even though we know there's gonna be an accident.
Yeah.
And let's let people sell products, even though some of them may be defective, because the alternative will be to shut down the economy, right? So I think that, with regard to securities, we kind of moved progressively. Each crisis resulted in a tightening of the tourniquet, and it got progressively more difficult and more expensive and more risky to sell securities. Until we got, you know, I think there were 12,000 public companies at the turn of the century, and all of the, you know, the Sarbanes-Oxley rules made officers criminally liable for every mistake. And we went from 12,000 to 4,000 public companies, and people just said, screw it, I don't want to be public anymore. It's too risky, and it's not worth it, and it's just too difficult. And so I would say we reached the low point in entrepreneurism and capital markets by about 2020. And the crypto movement was the opposite. The crypto movement is, hey, why can't I just launch a token in 4 hours for $40?
Right.
Okay, so, and so you look at it, you say, there's 40 million companies in the US, but there's only like 0.01% of them that can access the capital markets. You know, in any other industry, if 99.99% of the businesses didn't have a telephone or a website or a truck,
Okay.
or electricity,
Yeah.
we would declare it to be a sick,
Yeah.
and you know, and moribund stagnating economy.
Finances like electricity.
Yeah, capital markets are like that. So coming back to our story though, the point is, we were a well-known seasoned issuer. We had an asset which we had not utilized. We had an undervalued asset, that is a public listing of a seasoned company. And we accidentally discovered that we could use it when you issue stock to employees and they exercise the stock options, the company generates 50 or 100 million, like that. That's a public company benefit. And then when you sell $1 billion of convertible bonds, that's another benefit.
You're finding literally money's dropping out of the skies at you.
Yeah, and then we discovered a new thing, something that Michael Milken had created many years ago called the at-the-market offering, a shelf registration. And the idea was you file a shelf registration with the SEC, and then on any given day, you can sell the shares into the market on the same terms as every other investor. Okay, that didn't exist when I came public, but what that means is you file $1 billion equity ATM. The company says, you know, from time to time over the next 3 years, we may sell equity. And if the equity is trading strong in the market, you can go and sell $1 million of it, maybe 10 million, maybe 100 million. We had days where we sold $1 billion of it.
So you explain to me the ATM now, you're gonna sell $1 billion worth of stock.
We sold $1 billion of stock, we take the billion, and then you do something with it. You can invest it in real estate, you can buy gold with it, you can buy Bitcoin with it.
You were about Bitcoin.
Okay, so we didn't know about that, and it's not something that a normal, well-run company would ever care about.
Because if you look at companies like,
Because you don't have anything to do with the $1 billion.
they don't have a use of proceeds.
Right.
Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Google, every bank, they buy their stock back.
Mhm.
They generate cash flow by selling products and services, and they buy the common equity back. That's their business model. And that's because their capital asset is a money market instrument. Money market and treasury bills, 1 month treasury. 1 month treasury is yielded on average over 5 years, 2%. The cost of capital is set by the S&P index, is about 14%. So if I sell my equity and I buy a money market instrument, then I'm getting a minus 12% yield, so I'm burning 12% of my capital. That means that if I've got $1 billion in cash and I invest in treasury bills, I get 2%, but I might as well just give it back to the shareholders because they expect to get 14%, right? So conventional corporate finance wisdom is you either dividend out your cash flows to your shareholders or you buy your stock back. And the most tax efficient thing to do is buy the stock back, right? So I have billions of dollars, I buy my own stock back, I surrender the capital to the shareholders, I create more leverage on the equity, the earnings per share is going up because the per share count is going down, right? The share count's going down. That is conventional wisdom. 99% of all companies, maybe 99.9% of all companies just do that. The only company that you know of that doesn't do that is Berkshire Hathaway, right? Warren Buffett says, we're not going to dividend out the cash, we're not going to buy the stock back, we're going to invest the capital because I think I can do a better job. And so that's why they have the largest treasury of any public company, because that was his practice for 30 years. But no one else wanted to do that. Everybody else will brag about the fact that they buy the stock back and they dividend it.
Well, why do you think nobody else follows Warren on that? No dividends.
Okay.
All the REITs, the REIT industry that I compete with,
Yeah.
90% of their revenue is distributed.
Yeah.
Well, if you got a lot of money, and
Yeah,
you
because-
business, why don't you buy more of your businesses, expand the company? They can't. So why does?
Well, they think they're buying more of the business when they're buying their stock back. That's what they're. The cost of capital, the hurdle rate is 14%. It's the S&P index. So for the last 100, the cost of capital has been generally set by the S&P 500 index. So an equity investor would say, if you're beating the S&P index, you're beating my hurdle rate, you're a winner. And if you're underperforming the S&P index, I could have just bought the S&P index, gone to sleep for a year, and so you're a loser. That's the hurdle rate. Okay, well, it turns out that for the most part, real estate doesn't beat the S&P index. It performs less than, I mean, the S&P is 10% a year for 100 years, right? So, and real estate's maybe 7% or something. The way you beat it is you have to lever the real estate, right? If you lever the real estate intelligently with the right capital, then maybe you can get something that's compelling. Unlevered, it's
Thank you
pretty.
for being generous there. You were sensitive to
Yeah.
the situation.
I mean, there aren't many successful real estate investors that don't use debt,
No, that's right.
right? I mean, it's all a
Real
question
estate's
of
very difficult. Like,
what kind of leverage do you use and how intelligently do you use it. So if you're a public company, then you're trying to beat that hurdle rate. And so then the issue is, okay, I've got $100 billion because I'm making, Microsoft or Apple. Why don't you just buy the S&P index? And there's a simple answer to that, because following the SEC Act of 1933, you had a lot of companies, the Morgan interests, and they were trust companies, and they owned a bunch of they owned each other's shares. So I would create a company that would then own the shares of 10 other companies. And then this company would own my shares. And then this company would own the shares of my subsidiary. And you had all these interlocking trusts and interlocking companies. And the government decided they didn't like that. And so the Investment Trust, or the Investment Company Act of 1940, the SEC Act of 1940, made it illegal for a publicly traded company to have more than 40% of its liquid assets invested in securities. And it defines securities as the equity of any other company or the bonds maybe of company, but not government bonds. So it gave, technically treasury bills issued by the United States government are securities, like technically, but
but for the purposes of the Investment Company Act of 1940, they were given a waiver. So the government passed a law allowing banks, allowing public companies to own government debt, but not anybody else's securities.
Interesting.
And so if you're Apple or Microsoft, you can't just buy it.
You're forced to buy treasuries.
There's only one stock you can buy, your own.
That's right.
So you're Apple, you can buy Apple stock. And so if Apple stock is outperforming the S&P, you should buy your own stock. And if the Apple stock is underperforming the S&P,
You're forced to.
you should give the capital back, somehow to the.
Rather than buying you.
But ironically, the truth is, if you're underperforming the S&P, you still buy your stock and give it the capital back, see? You're just giving the capital back. And then the investor getting the capital back buys the S&P index or something better. So, we're getting off topic because you asked me, they're very interesting questions and they're important because they explain to you why
How you got there.
thousands of companies do what they do and why the market is the way it is.
Why the market's broken.
Why the market is, at the end of the day, why the capital market's broken and why are we leading a revolution in corporate finance thinking? Why is it a revolution? Because of conventional thinking. So all these companies are capitalized on treasuries, on money market instruments, and the money markets don't meet the cost of capital. So corporate finance theory tells you to decapitalize, surrender all your capital, get rid of it, run on negative working capital, go into debt, do an LBO. I don't want to have $10 billion if I'm Toys R Us. I want to have minus $10 billion. Right? Why did all these companies fail? Because instead of having $10 billion of equity, which would be a liability, equity destroys 10% of shareholder value a year. I want $10 billion in debt. Debt becomes an asset because now I get to write it off, and the debt's depreciating. So we encourage all these public companies to go into massive debt and to decapitalize. And so what's the game changer here? Well, what if I created a digital monopoly, but the asset that you held wasn't the security, it was a commodity? Bitcoin, remember I said, it's like a digital monopoly, it's like the Google of money or the Facebook of money, but there's two ways that it's better. One way, it doesn't have a management team or a company, there's no counterparty risk, there's no one to fail you or rug pull you, there's nobody to subpoena, right? That's a big event, there's no workforce to unionize, right? There's no headquarters, right? There's no product. Sorry?
It's not a product that you gotta build, create,
It's not a company.
manufacture. Yeah.
Companies have risk factors. Right? NVIDIA is banned in China. Apple is being investigated by the EU. Microsoft can be sued for antitrust. Even the best company in the world, you can attack it, right? If it's not a company, there's no attack surface.
Right.
So that's one way that it's superior. And then the second way is that it's not security, it's a commodity. And because it's a commodity, it doesn't fall under the Investment Company Act of 1940. So there is no prohibition on having 100% of your liquid assets be invested in a commodity. You could create a company that's got $100 billion of gold, or $100 billion of soybeans, or $100 billion of natural gas or oil, but most of them don't outperform the S&P over the long term. The only one that even might pretend to maybe is gold, but no one ever bothered, just not compelling enough. And timber and oil and soybeans don't work. They're not good investment assets. So what's the king of all commodities? It used to be gold. Gold is 14% a year for the last 5 years. It's literally tracking the S&P index right now. In an inflationary environment, gold performs like the S&P. That's the king of the metallic or physical commodities in the real world. Bitcoin is the greatest digital commodity. And so Bitcoin gives you a 50% ARR for the past 5 years. So it's triple gold, triple the S&P. So if I can beat the cost of capital, and if I can do it with a commodity, I can capitalize a publicly traded company 100% on that new asset. I can even lever it. I can go to 150%. Okay? And so the revolutionary paradigm shift here, right? The big innovation was take a 100-year-old structure of public companies in the United States, introduce a digital commodity that you can, and recapitalize the company on a digital commodity. If that company is now a Wixie, and you start to sell billions of dollars of convertible bonds, those bonds will become the most valuable in the world. And our bonds did. They became the most valuable, the highest performing corporate bonds, the highest performing convertible bonds in the world, because they've got a 50% ARR 50 vol asset underlying the convertible bond. Then,
So the convertible, let me
Yeah.
understand this, you're paying, you got $750 million of that. Or you did a
no, we
billion.
sold 10 billion.
Okay, so.
We sold 650 million, then we sold $1 billion, then we sold another 800.
Okay, so
We sold
10
it.
billion.
We became the biggest issuer of convertible bonds in the world over the next
A
40 years.
convertible bond means I can convert what?
A convertible bond means,
You're converting, or I, the issuer can convert. Forgive my ignorance,
Yeah, okay.
my audience.
Okay.
I'm taking it on the,
okay,
on the chin here.
okay, I explain convertible bonds.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm a corporation and I want to borrow money. So I issue a $500 million bond
Okay,
and I agree to pay you 8%. That's a normal junk bond
okay.
if it's unsecured. If I give you security, a lien on all my assets, it's a secured bond. Maybe I pay you 6%.
A lower, you pay a lower because it's secure.
But what if I don't want to pay 6% or 8%? What if I actually want to pay 1 or 2%?
Mhm.
Okay, there's another group of buyers of bonds. They're convertible arbitrageurs or convertible bond investors. I can sell a $500 million bond to a convertible bond investor where I pay them 1%. And you're like, well, why would they take 1%? It's because I agree to pay you back the $500 million in 5 years, either in cash or in equity at the time. And meanwhile, I will give you an option, a warrant, to convert that into $500 million of equity at a 40% or 30% premium to the current price of the stock
Oh, got it.
for the next 5 years.
Anytime in that 5 years.
So I'm giving you a stock option to buy $500 million of my stock for 5 years. And that option, if the stock is trading at $100, the option would be worth 20 or 30 bucks.
Got it.
Right? So I'm giving you a $30 option, and I'm also giving you a promise to give you back the $100 principal. And
So the investor knows they're gonna get 30% of the money.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then what they do is they turn around and they're shorting your stock into the market in order to, they eliminate all the risk. They basically hedge out their risk, they're arming out the risk, and then they're just getting the upside. And so it's a different type of investor, but a convertible bond is a bond with an option tied to it.
And who's the buyer of that, or who's the seller, I guess the
The
issuer?
seller is my company, a public company.
So who's
The issuer.
Who's gonna be the investor on the other side? Give me the name of somebody that would be like,
Millennium, Soros, Citadel,
these are just
big hedge fund, mega hedge funds with billions of dollars.
and this is their mandate is to find opportunities like this.
Yeah, there's $100 billion,
They've never raised
$200 billion
money for this.
It's a part of the bond business, and they buy convertible bonds.
It's their job every day to go.
Every day, every
Yeah.
week there's a deal
Yeah.
like that. That's what they do.
And you knew this. Did you know this in the beginning, or is this?
No, I discovered it.
Yeah.
Somebody pitched that to me.
Okay.
So, because the kind of issuer that can sell a convertible bond is a company with a very liquid stock that's very volatile. Because if you value options, you basically use the Black-Scholes equation, and the input to the Black-Scholes equation, which is first order most important, is the volatility. So if you have a stock with a volatility of 20, the option's not that valuable. Volatility goes to 80, the option becomes extremely valuable. Since I'm selling you a convertible bond and it comes with an option, right? A convertible bond issued by a company with a vol of 80 is going to be extremely valuable to the buyer. And that's why, that's how we can sell $1 billion bond at 0 coupon, right? I only need to know 2 things. I need to know that there there's enough liquidity that I can hedge it in the market. So if you're trading $1 billion a day, I can hedge out the bond so there's no risk for me. And then I need to know there's volatility. And then I need to believe the volatility.
Volatility refers to what? You're talking about it going up and down violently?
Okay, volatility is another word for standard deviation.
Okay.
Okay, so if I have a stock and it trades 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and
Real
it's
estate.
zero vol,
Yeah.
there's no volatility.
Right.
And if it's trading like this, plus or minus, 10, you've got like a 10 vol.
Got it.
And then when it's trading up or plus or minus 80, call it an 80 volt.
Yeah, and I want the vol, you want the vol.
Okay, well, the guy that wants the vol is the options trader because he's gonna buy it here, he's gonna short it at 80, he's gonna buy it back at minus at 20.
Yeah.
He's going to short it at 180, right?
Do you think about playing any of this game? Do you play any of this shorting?
I'm on the other side, I'm creating the tool for the short.
Yeah. This is where the offerings come.
Hey, Grant, think about a roller coaster, right? I mean,
Yeah, I hate to think about it, dude.
Okay.
I hated this like this.
but the point is when you go to an amusement park, you wanna go on the roller coaster ride.
Yeah.
If the roller coaster doesn't do this, up and down, and go fast,
No, but
and
I
give
don't
you
like
cheese,
doing that when I invest. That's
it's
why.
not fun though.
Yeah.
It's not fun. So
I
the
got
point,
drama in my life though.
yeah, well, but the point is, there's two types of investors. There's the investors that actually trade the volatility. They need the volatility. And then there's investors that just want to get wealthier with no risk, no volatility. That's a different type of investor. If you want to actually serve the latter, you have to understand the former because you're in this system together.
You're providing a product over here for these guys.
So my point is, we created a company, we plugged a highly volatile asset, Bitcoin, that was 50 vol. It was growing at 50% a year with 50 vol. So call that a 50-ton flywheel spinning 50 RPM. Okay, right? Can you imagine a 50-ton weight spinning 0 RPM? That's just a sculpture.
Right.
Right, in your backyard, that's just a heavy sculpture.
Got it.
But if I shape it like a flywheel, I spin it 50 times a minute, that's a dynamo, right? That's a generator, I can generate power off of that. If I put that on the back of a train and the train goes 50 miles an hour, there's a lot of energy in that system, right? So what I did is I put an asset going 50 miles an hour, spinning 50 times a minute, and then the issue is how much weight is it? Well, the number of dollars of capital. If you have $1 billion of capital spinning at 50 vol, appreciating at 50% a year, that's a lot of energy. But if you have $10 billion of capital, that's 10 times more energy.
Right.
You get $100 billion of capital, that's 100 times as much energy. So we put that dynamo, we put that asset, Bitcoin, in the middle of the balance sheet of the company. And at that point, that creates liquidity and volatility, and we became the most volatile stock in the S&P index. We're not in the S&P, but we became more volatile than every stock in the S&P.
You were up this last quarter to be in.
Yeah,
They passed you up, huh?
yeah.
Little chip on your shoulder.
Different story.
Look at that later.
You
So how do I do this? How do I do this dynamo? How do I create this how do I take this real estate that's very heavy?
This is why I told you, put a huge amount of Bitcoin in the company.
Okay, we're doing that.
Right? If you take a company with $1 billion of real estate and you can bolt on 500 million of Bitcoin, it's all of a sudden got a dynamo. If you bolt on $1 billion of Bitcoin, right? You've got a digital real estate company, you take that public, and that's going to have a lot more liquidity, a lot more volatility. Now you can sell a convertible bond, and you can use the convertible bond proceeds to finance whatever you want inside the company, so you get cheap cost of capital, right? Let me just finish my story, right?
Please.
Right, so after the company discovered the convertible bond market, and we started to feed it, we discovered the ATM market for equity. So we created an ATM, and most companies would never have a reason to sell equity. They're buying their equity. We became the first big, well-run company with a reason to sell the equity. If the equity is valued at more than the underlying asset, so if we're trading at 2 times NAV, right? If we have $1 billion of Bitcoin and the company's worth $2 billion. in equity value. We just sell, we sell the equity, $1 of equity, we buy back the Bitcoin, and we capture 50 cents of profit on the round trip transaction. So you could sell $10 million.
The stock's $1.
The stock's $1, and the company owns 50 cents a share worth of Bitcoin.
Got it.
So I sell the stock for $1, and I buy back $1 of
Is that how you
Bitcoin.
control your BTC yield? That's what you
Yeah.
have a yield.
Yeah,
Yeah, for a long time, I'm like, what yield is he talking about?
if you have $1 billion of Bitcoin,
Uh-huh.
and then you sell, stock, $1 billion of stock backed by 50 cents a share of Bitcoin. If you sell the stock at an NAV of 2,
Yeah.
then you're gonna sell $1 billion of stock backed by 500 million of Bitcoin, buy back $1 billion of Bitcoin, capture a $500 million gain. You captured a $500 million gain on $1 billion of Bitcoin, you just generate a BTC yield of 50%. You see, you got a 50% tax-free dividend by simply selling the appreciated stock, buying back the underlying asset. So the BTC yield is a function of how much of that can you do versus your balance sheet. Okay, but back to my story.
Yeah, I'm sorry to throw you off.
You got a million questions.
No, because,
Yeah,
you're sitting on 640,000 Bitcoin
Yeah.
doing this.
Yeah.
Is that right? Somewhere around that and more
More now.
more on Monday.
More now. A lot more now. So
So curious.
we figured out that we could do an ATM, and so we could sell the stock. We could sell $1 of stock backed by 30 cents of Bitcoin, buy back $1 of Bitcoin, capture a 70% spread. And so we got to the point where we're doing it 10 million a day, then 20 million a day, then sometimes 500 million a day. We got pretty good at it, and we did a few billion of it. We made $1 billion doing that. And then in October 30th of 2024, we had to renew that ATM shelf registration. It was a week before the elections, and we decided, well, what the heck? 21's a magic number for Bitcoin, so we're gonna file a $21 billion shelf registration to sell $21 billion of equity. No one had ever done that in the history of the world. That was the biggest equity filing in the history of the capital markets, but no one ever proceeds. And at this point, our shareholders trusted us, and they knew that every single time we did a transaction that made the money, right? So if you want Bitcoin and I buy the Bitcoin and I sell the stock at a premium to underlying Bitcoin, you just made money risk-free, you see. And so the BTC yield shows you that that was an accretive transaction. You got more Bitcoin per share. And so we came up with a way to do a high-speed accretive transaction. We could literally do it the same day. Right, so it's like, I do $1 billion, I raise $1 billion, I develop $1 billion of real estate, I fully lease it out, I can show you I made money on it, I put that news on the wire, I go back next week, I raise another $1 billion. Imagine if you could just do that with no risk every single week, right? You're running 1,000 times faster than the real estate business. That's what we did, and we learned that, we stumbled onto that, we kind of figured it out. We developed all the metrics like BTC yield. If we were to do a deal with a BTC yield.
Is this you doing this, your team? Who gets to take
We
the
did.
most credit?
We did.
I know there's a we, but,
We did it.
you know.
I invented the metrics.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think the individual.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
So, you know, I drew
You're
a
dreaming this up at night, I just wanna know, Michael said, was sitting around his house over.
My first job was creating computer simulations. I basically did this for a living. I created metrics and models.
This is your simulation coming.
Yeah, that's
reality.
I was able to use some of my, engineering training from MIT.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we create the math, and we create the system, and we do it for a few $1 billion, and then along comes October 30th, and we file the $21 billion shelf registration. And the message was, we're only going to sell the equity if it's accretive to the shareholders. Well, if you were a conventional company and you did that, the stock would crash because people would think that's diluted.
Yeah.
But if people believe that I'm going to use the capital to make the money, it's accretive. that just comes down to trust in the management team, right? And alignment. Do your shareholders expect, it's just like whenever you raise money, if they thought that you were gonna lose the money that they gave you, they wouldn't give you the money.
That's right.
And if they thought you were gonna make money for them that was more than their hurdle rate, risk adjusted, they would give you the money.
Yeah.
It's just a basic matter of, do I trust the management team to be a good custodian of my capital? So we got to the point where we've been doing it for a year, so we announced a $21 billion shelf registration. The stock trades up.
Were you
the next
surprised?
day. No, I wasn't.
A little surprised?
Other people were, but I wasn't.
Were you happy, elated?
Look, I'm the guy to build the bridge, and I'm like, it's a steel bridge, we're gonna drive a truck over the bridge, and we'll be fine. Everybody else thinks we've never done that before, the bridge is gonna collapse.
Right,
You know, Howard Hughes flew us on airplanes.
yeah.
You know, so I'm just a guy that thinks I built the machine, I think the machine is gonna work, and so, you know, if I waited for skeptical people to believe the machine was gonna work, there would be no machine anymore, right? Nothing would be done, ever, right?
Right.
And that great irony is that, you know, in 1902, every learned aeronautical engineering professor was sure we'd never fly.
Mhm.
And the guys that went flying were the Wright brothers. They were bicycle mechanics. They're without a degree. It's like, sometimes you need the guy that's just gonna do it, that doesn't know why it can't be done.
Yeah.
Because other people, you know, just engage in some mental gymnastics to convince themselves that their lack of courage is totally justifiable, and it's okay for them not to do anything. Okay, so, back to October 30th.
Yeah.
We filed the
I really
registration.
appreciate your time, because I know you got a lot going on, so.
We filed the registration, the stock trade. We start selling the equity. When we're doing that, we're selling $3 of stock backed by $1 of Bitcoin. We're buying back $3 of Bitcoin. We're basically selling dollar bills for $3. And we're doing it, you know, 10, 20, $30 million a day.
And you're using somebody like Clear Street or?
We just sold in the open market, you know.
You're running this, or?
We have bankers that syndicate.
So the banker's calling you saying, hey, you wanna do another 400 million or 500?
We give them instructions. It's just like if you had a block of stock and you wanted to sell $20 million of stock in a day, you'd call your broker and you'd say, you can sell the stock, the limit is $89.42 or better.
Yeah, that's at the market. You're like, this is.
Something like that.
Yeah, okay.
You can give them a limit order, you can say sell it over,
Okay.
sell it in the
This
market
number
for the
of
next 8 hours.
Right, right.
You get whatever order you want, so we have, you know, fairly sophisticated trading routines, but you can imagine they're not that complicated. It's like if the stock is crashing, don't sell it. If the stock is raging north,
Right.
sell it. And then Trump gets elected. And there's a red sweep.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is 55,000 in the beginning
You're
of
friendly with those guys, right?
I have relationships. Don't interrupt me, man. I'm trying to tell the story. I'm trying to tell people how to make money.
Okay, come on, let's make some money, guys.
Bitcoin is 55,000.
And can I interrupt you one more time, though, just so the audience knows? First time I meet this guy, he says to me, this is what got all the trust from you today. You said, you really want to get wealthy, really wealthy. And that's the first time anybody laid that out. Like, let's just get that out of the way. Like, there's nothing wrong with making a bunch of money. You agree with that?
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
And he said to me, you really want to get wealthy, figure out how to add Bitcoin to your real estate.
I did say that.
That's for sure. You beat the Trump just won.
So, Bitcoin's 55,000 in September, is maybe 68,000 the beginning of November. And then all of a sudden he wins, and it runs from 68,000 to 106,000 in like 5 weeks. Okay, this is the raging, crypto wave. And we started selling 500 million of equity a day. And we're making 300 million a day on the trade. And then we have $1 billion a day. I think one day we had $2 billion.
This is more cash than you had 5 years ago.
So we blow through the envelope. We thought it would take us 3 years, we might actually get through the equity. We go through the entire $21 billion program in weeks.
Oh my God.
And so it's the largest issuance of equity in the history of the world. And when we sell the 21 billion of equity, we make like $13 billion in gains on the Bitcoin. just in the round trip. So we generated $13 billion just by exploiting that ATM. And that's because all the equity capital markets investors, they wanted exposure to Bitcoin between the people buying the equity and the people buying the derivatives and all the levers that came in. There's just a wall of money comes. And so I don't know, we raised more than $20 billion in 2024.
Okay.
In 2024, we raised more than $20 billion. And then we rolled in 2025. And now we get to the point of the story where you're like, well, when did you realize you're leading an industry or a movement? Well, it's kind of like in 2025, because in 2025, we renewed the $21 billion program. We had maxed out the convertible bond industry. We became the biggest issuer of converts. And we started thinking, now, how are we going to sell the next 5 or 10 billion? How are we going to raise the next 10 billion? The issue is, how do you raise the next 100 billion? How do you raise the next 200 billion? How do you become $1 trillion company?
Yeah.
And at that point, I took everything I'd learned, right? And you kind of have to build it the first time, to build it the second time, to break it so you can build it the right way the third time. The iPhone 3 was the one. It just takes the jet engine you're in right now, not the first version, right? So we get to 2025, and we started thinking, what do we really want to be when we grow up? And we realized, convertible bonds are a nice trick, and selling equity at a premium is a nice thing to do. But ultimately, you're not going to be a multi-trillion-dollar company by doing that. What is the thing that the world needs? And what do we need? Well, what we need to do is we need to be able to sell $100 billion of credit instruments that create amplification for the equity. And we need to do it without credit risk. So how do you actually raise $100 billion and take no credit risk? So we don't want junk bonds. We tried bank credit with Silvergate. The bank failed. We tried senior notes, and that was it was like a yoke around our neck. We had too many covenants and EBITDA covenants and the like, so that didn't work. And then we tried convertible bonds, and we did 10 billion, and they were successful, but at the end of the day, they weren't going to scale
Because
they trade over the counter. It's illegal for a retail investor to buy one. Back to all these securities laws, they're 144A issues. So that means you have to have $100 million of capital, be a qualified institutional buyer, and they trade over the counter. And over the counter is it's a polite way, it's a euphemism for, 32 dudes trade with each other with one broker in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
party.
it's like a bunch of guys meet in the back alley in the corner, and they all trade with each other in the back alley, and there's a bid-ask spread, and there's no trade for the last 18 days, and you can't get the bid quote or the bid-ask quote. You have to pay $25,000 a year for a Bloomberg just to know what the last trade was. It's too difficult. And so what we discovered is they were illiquid instruments, but maybe more importantly, what we realized is they were literally investment grade. Imagine a bond where you get $50 of capital for every dollar in the bond, and it trades like triple distressed debt going out of business. The credit spreads were like it was a triple junk bond going out of business, but the backing collateral was triple investment grade. So if someone said to you, I want to be 50x over collateralized and I want you to pay me 20% interest, you're like, that doesn't seem quite right.
Right.
And so we just realized it wasn't good for the issuer, it wasn't even good for the buyers. It only makes sense for the convertible arbitrageurs, but the convertible arbitrageurs, they're not long Bitcoin. They don't want to invest in Bitcoin. They don't want to invest in the company. They're not really even credit investors. They're traders. And so we started thinking that we needed to fix the credit. And so we basically traversed from bank credit, asset-backed loans, senior credit, convertible bonds. And we started thinking, why don't we sell preferred stock? And preferred stock is like a bond, but it's perpetual. So I sell you $100 million of preferreds, means it never comes due.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to borrow $100 million. I'm going to pay you 10% dividend a year forever. I'm never gonna pay you back the principal. It's equity. And I approve the dividends. If the company can pay the dividend without being insolvent, then the company pays the dividend. But the board is not allowed to pay the dividend if it would render the company insolvent. So you see, if you sell a preferred equity instrument, by definition, there's no credit risk. You can never be in default. You see? If you structure it right, you're not paying back.
Because it's first in line?
You're not paying back the principal ever.
Okay,
How do you default on that?
right.
You're not paying it back.
Mhm.
It's not a coupon. You can't be in default. You can be in default if you don't pay the coupon on a bond, but on an equity, if you skip the dividend, you might have an obligation to accumulate the dividend and eventually pay it. But see, you're not in default, you see. Not in the same way that you be in default on senior debt.
Right.
In senior debt, you pledge collateral, you miss the dividend of the court. People, preferred stock have been around forever.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't invent preferred stock. It's just I invented the idea of putting preferred stock together with digital capital.
Mhm. This is STRK?
The first deal was STRK,
Mhm.
Strike, then we did Strife, then we did Stride, then we did Stretch, STRC.
Four this year.
5 this year.
Five, excuse me.
Last week we did Stream, STRE.
So,
Yeah, we started moving fast.
dude, crazy.
And so 2025, you said, like, when did we start to take a leadership role? I would say we went from desperation and frustration to being opportunistic, and tactical. And then it was really in 2025 that we really became transformed into a new business. Because,
What was the funnest stage of those three?
well, now it's the funnest.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, because now we've invented a new business.
Right.
Let me describe the business. Digital credit. Basically, we created a new asset class, digital credit, backed by Bitcoin, which is digital capital. And we created a new business model, digital treasury. So we're a treasury company. We sell securities, we buy capital, and then we create credit instruments. We sell the credit. And the credit, digital credit is 100x better than conventional credit. Because first of all, it's built on top of appreciating collateral. Bitcoin's going up 30% a year. It's not on depreciating collateral. When you create credit on a warehouse, or you create credit on an iPhone 17, these products and services and buildings are, the Rockefeller Center's got a 40-year, 50-year life before you got to do a full rehab, right, renovation. So you've got appreciating collateral, not depreciating collateral. Because it's digital capital, because it's Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is good for, remember when I told you it's like useful life is immortal?
Right.
What, would you like to build, what if I gave you a building that was maintenance-free, tax-free forever and rusted?
We're talking like that.
It would change the economics of real estate, right? Okay, so that's kind of what we did. We built it on a digital building. Okay, so that was the fundamental, but we did a bunch of other things.
It's debt without the CapEx.
The second thing we did is we created the credit as an equity instrument, not a debt instrument.
Mhm.
That means it's an asset on the balance sheet. Okay? The third thing is we made it potential equity. There's no call provision, there's no refinance provision, which means that the people that bought the instrument can't call it back or redeem it.
Mhm.
For example, when you're a bank, if I put $1 billion in your bank, you've got the capital, but next Tuesday I can actually withdraw my money, and so you've got the money for 2 days. Bank deposits are temporary capital. If I gave you $1 billion and you give me a 5-year note, a corporate bond, you've got the money for 5 years, but in 5 years I get it back.
Right.
If I gave you the $1 billion in a preferred that was perpetual, you've got the money forever. I'm not getting it back. So we created a perpetual credit instrument, not just a temporary credit instrument. That's the third innovation.
Okay.
The fourth innovation is that all of the credit was based upon that digital capital, so it's all transparent, homogeneous, real time. You can recalculate the credit risk every 15 seconds. But you know, we're 10x over collateralized on Bitcoin. You plug in the price of Bitcoin, the volatility of Bitcoin, the year forecast of Bitcoin spits out statistically what is the risk of being under collateralized over the term of the instrument. So that's the third thing. And then we took it public. So we made it public credit, not private credit, which means that there's a ticker, STRC. It's got a name. You can buy this on Robinhood. It's got a happy name, and you can find it in Australia, right?
Happy name me.
What I mean is, it's a 4-letter ticker and it's a name called Stretch. Okay, can you name the 19th tranche of JP Morgan corporate debt? Can you find it?
No.
It's a CUSIP number. The point is, that's private credit, and actually that's over-the-counter credit. Private credit is, okay, somewhere someone has a loan, from somebody else. So you see, we went public, and
That's a new thing. Nobody's done that.
no one ever did that, right? And we listed it, and when we listed it, we attached a shelf registration to it, that ATM. So we were taking these ideas, Bitcoin, and the ATM, and the preferred, and the public, right? And then we're putting the shelf. And why is the shelf registration important? Because that meant that when we sold the billions of dollars of it, if there's demand in the market at 3:55 p.m. on a Thursday for $50 million for this instrument, someone buys it, we sell it, the price doesn't move a penny, we create the $50 million of credit in the next few minutes in real time. So complete digital liquidity, digital creation. Like, if I gave you $1 billion and I said, now I want you to go develop $1 billion worth of real estate, or I want you to scrape together $1 billion worth of home loans, or issue $1 billion worth of mortgage-backed securities, that takes people and time, and it's heterogeneous. And maybe there isn't $1 billion worth of underlying collateral. So,
Or worse, I have to drop down to fulfill some.
you have to
degrade my purchase.
so maybe it becomes heterogeneous, right? $37 billion of Chicago mortgage-backed securities you created with this loan, but the next 37 is going to
Deteriorate.
it's pretty common sense, right?
Yeah.
The faster I give you the money, and the harder it is, then the more degraded the credit, maybe the lower the returns.
Yeah.
But you see, with digital credit, it's completely homogeneous, right? What is the quality of the credit? Well, you're backed by $5 of Bitcoin. What about this tranche? This is backed by $5 of Bitcoin. Well, what happens if you slam the market with $27 billion of demand? Okay, now it's backed by $4 of Bitcoin. Your BTC rating went from 5 to 4. Well, how much risk is that?
That's what BTC is a rating now.
BTC rating is another metric. Well, we had to create a credit model. So BTC rating of 5 means
BTC yield.
you have $5 of Bitcoin for every $1 of a liability or a nominal, credit instrument. And common sense says a BTC rating of 10 is better than a BTC rating of 5, right? And so the credit is created instantly, the credit risk is transparent, and that means that the instrument trades with less volatility. So if you look at Stretch, when Stretch gets to $100, we can pretty much peg it at $100 plus or minus 2 pennies. Because we've got the ATM on it, and that at-the-market registration means if someone came in and wanted to slam the price to 102, we're just holding it at $100.01.
Well, how can you hold it?
Because we're selling the instrument.
You're selling it, so the more you sell.
Yeah, if you wanted to buy $1 billion, if you wanted to buy $1 billion,
When you go to 102, you would do what?
I would just sell $1 billion at $100.01.
But, okay, so, but how are you controlling it not getting to 102?
We're selling it at $100 a penny.
You're controlling the price.
We're selling it at a penny.
You got it.
So how's it gonna go to 10 cents if I'm selling it at a penny?
Right.
You see, the
How are
innovation
you
is,
controlling what it sells for if the market's there?
well, we're in the market. But if we're willing to sell $80 million worth of the instrument at 2 cents, it's not, why would you want to pay 10 cents if someone will basically meet your order at 2 cents?
Right.
That's just the way the market works.
Okay.
The point, let me say it a different way.
Yeah.
If you have a stock and you cannot sell it and everybody wants to buy it, the price goes up.
That's right.
And if you have a security and you're willing to sell $2 billion of it, and the average trading volume is 100 million a day, and you're ready to sell $2 billion of it, the price is not likely to double or triple.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're making the market. Okay, so the point here is we created a preferred stock. We attached the shelf registration to it. We pay a dividend on it. The dividend is backed by Bitcoin. And because we're willing to create more of the instrument, if there's more demand, the price is stable, becomes stable. If we weren't willing to create more, and if there was twice as much demand, we wouldn't sell any, the price has to go up.
Yeah.
But it turns out you don't want the price to be fluctuate. You don't want the volatility.
This guy wants income.
Yeah, so let's take Stretch. What is Stretch? It pays a 10.5% dividend at par, at $100. Okay, so if you wanted to buy $1 billion of it tomorrow, $200, you want to pay $100.
Yeah.
So the only way to make sure that you can buy it for $100 is someone has to be willing to sell you $1 billion, and that someone is our company.
Are you gonna stay current on that 10% or 10.5?
The way that works is every month we adjust that dividend rate. If the security is below 100, if it's weak, if it's below 99, we raise the dividend rate.
Mhm.
And if we ever thought it was too strong, we could lower the dividend rate. But right now, you should think of it as a monthly dividend, 10.5%. And that takes me to the last point I want to make. The credit and
A leave can help you deal with pain less throughout the day, whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains. You need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
it's superior because we pay rates which are double or triple a money market. Like we're paying 10.5%, your money market's paying 4.
Yeah.
And in Europe, the money markets pay 2 or 1.5. And the second reason they're superior is because they're return of capital dividends, what we call ROC dividends.
Mhm.
If the issuer is funding the dividend by raising capital in the market, if we sell equity in order,
right.
or we have a business that keeps negative earnings and profit, then any dividend we pay becomes tax deferred to the recipient.
Right. It's like refinancing a piece of real estate.
You see it happen occasionally in the real estate business, occasionally in oil and gas or master limited partnerships. It's not a new idea.
Mhm.
None of these things I've done, Grant, are new ideas. It's just I put together 100, return of capital tax law from 1910 with the SEC 40 Act, with the ATM from 30 years ago, with preferred stocks, with Bitcoin. You combine it all together, but the result is, if you're a New Yorker, you're getting 10.5% tax-free, and that's a tax equivalent yield of 22%.
Yeah, huge.
So it's what we did is we created a digital credit instrument that gives you a tax equivalent yield of anywhere from 16 to 22%, depending on whether you live in Miami or New York or San Francisco. And we created a company, right? We discovered the asset with digital credit because we wanted to escape the credit risk of bonds, you see, and we wanted to scale the business. Necessity was the mother of invention, so we created it. We created it with digital capital and digital intelligence, with AI. We had a clean sheet of paper, we had like infinite money, and we could do anything, and we're a public issuer. So we create the perfect credit instrument. For what? Well, if the issuer wants to sell $100 billion with no credit risk, it's perfect for us. But it's also perfect if the recipient wants to collect billions of dollars of fixed income tax efficiently. It's perfect for them. Who isn't it perfect for? Everybody in the middle, the traditional finance establishment, 20th century banks, 20th century investors, 20th century credit markets, right? We just bypass them and we create something.
Why is it not perfect for them?
Because they sell 144A over-the-counter issues and they trade with each other. It's like there's an army of 10,000 private advisors with Bloombergs that trade with each other that are going to put a 6% yielding bank preferred in your until you die. So the existing 20th century credit establishment, they're selling you stuff that pays you 5% taxable. Okay, well, so there's $300 trillion of that garbage.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're creating something which is 10% tax deferred.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's better, 4 times better than what the conventional world has, but the winner is the investor, the public investor, the consumer, small business, and the winner is the issuer. And the winner is Bitcoin and the crypto economy, right? Because we're funding the crypto economy, our shareholders are winning, we're winning, the investors are winning, but we're just disrupting the traditional credit markets. And now my last point, we invent a new asset class, digital credit, and then we discover that as long as the company has cash flow or earnings less than the dividends, we're in a negative earnings and profit situation, which means that we're issuing ROC dividends or a return of capital dividends, which means they're not taxable to the recipient until they sell the underlying instrument. And so that's a discovery, right? That's just another serendipity. You know, if you look at my entire journey, it's like
you're showing up and then you see something.
we did, we tripped over being a WICSI and we discovered we had a great derivatives market. And we discovered we could sell converts, and then we discovered we could create digital credit. And we discovered we could pay ROC dividends. And so all of a sudden the heavens open and we see the big picture. Here's the big picture. We're the world's most tax efficient generator of fixed income and also we're the most scalable one. So what company could basically generate $100 billion of dividends that are tax deferred and grow the business 20% a year? Nobody other than a digital treasury company capitalized on digital capital selling digital credit with a laser-like focus. And yeah, I would love to tell you, in March of 2020, I figured it all out. I did it. In March of 2020, I was just irritated, frustrated, and angry, and desperate. And it's like, I'm either going to fight or die. And so we went on a journey to fight and not die. We popped out. We popped out having discovered a new business model and a new asset class and a new mission in the middle of 2025. And what I would say today is well, what's the mission of the company? Well, our job is to provide 1 billion people with a bank account that pays them 10% tax deferred. And it's a big idea in the US, but in Europe, they're getting 150 basis points. In Switzerland, they're getting nothing.
Right.
In Japan, you're getting nothing. So how about give me 10% tax deferred, strip the volatility away, strip the risk away. Just give me a extremely low volatility, low risk way to get paid 10% while I figure out what I'm going to do with my money. And if you boil this down to the entire investor thesis today, I would say, if you have money you don't need for 4 years or longer, and you don't trust anybody, you buy Bitcoin. And I think maybe you get 30% a year for the next 20 years. If you have money you don't need for 4 years or longer, and you're in love with a business model, whether it's digital real estate, whether it's digital credit, like my company, whether it's digital intelligence like NVIDIA, then maybe you buy the equity. If you think you can do better than 30% a year, right? And you've got a long time horizon. If you have money you need in the next 4 years, or the next 4 weeks, you buy credit. You buy credit, ideally. Because the digital credit's going to pay you 2 to 4 times more than conventional credit. And the digital credit we're describing probably performs like the S&P index or better, but without the volatility, with more stability. And And that provides a solution for everybody and everybody's pool of capital, and everybody's got some money they need in 4 weeks, they need in 2 years,
Yeah.
and then some money they want to invest forever.
Yeah,
and
different investors.
And you think that through. And that's become very clear to us now, but I would say I probably couldn't have told you that a year ago. All I knew a year ago is we have a good thing, we're gonna figure it out.
Let me ask you, so things are going good, things are going great, everybody's happy, okay? Now we're down, this morning we're down, touched 95, 94 or something.
Yeah.
MSTR's down on the year. How do you handle, and I'm asking for myself, how do you handle that when you have basically a ticker symbol on your t-shirt every day and people are judging you by the price of something? Like, when do people come up to you, hey, get it up, Mike, get it up? Well, get the price up, man.
First of all,
And then I saw the Titanic, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I saw the Titanic this morning, and you in front of it to me, you got the best memes on X. And then I think some other people are suggesting that the ship's going down somehow, like.
the ship we're referring to
Yes.
is the traditional establishment, and you want to step off.
Oh, got it.
Like that meme
Oh my
in the
God.
Bitcoin community means Bitcoin's the lifeboat,
Uh-huh,
fiat is the Titanic, and you should step off the traditional 20th century economy, wherever it might be. How do I deal with it seriously? If you're running a company, you have to be making investments and taking actions that you think are going to improve the company 4 years out. Like everything we do, I expect to get a return within 4 years. I might be willing to wait 10 years, but I don't expect it to take 10 years. I expect that I'm doing things now that might pick up in 12 months or 24 months or 36 months. I don't think you can do things that you know are guaranteed to pay off in 12 months, because if you did, you would do nothing. And if you looked at the company over the last 12 months, our stock raged, it went through the roof in November, December of 2024. But at that point, we had not raised 40 billion capital. We had not generated 15, 20, $25 billion of BTC gains. We went from 5 billion in equity or 4 billion in equity to 60 billion in equity. We had not added 50 billion of equity. We had not invented digital credit. We had not done the first IPO, the second IPO, the third IPO, the fourth IPO. The fourth IPO was the biggest IPO in the country, in the United States this year.
the fourth was what?
Stretch.
Okay.
2,521,000,000. And then we hadn't done the fifth IPO, which is more IPOs than any company's ever done in the history of capital market. So if you look at it,
Not a bad year.
in the first 20 years of my life, I had $1 billion idea, which was MicroStrategy business intelligence software. And then I looked for the second $1 billion idea for 20 years, couldn't find it until 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2020, I found the second idea, which was Bitcoin. And then the third idea, which was convertible bonds. And the fourth idea, the ATM. And then this year, it was Stripe, Stride, Stretch, Stream. And we hit $5 billion ideas. And Stretch is already a multi-billion dollar idea. If it works, it'll be $100 billion or $1 trillion idea. And all of that is ignored in the market. So the market sentiment, the market sentiment is negative, and in the near term, it's going to be driven and overwhelmed by macro hysteria, right? Macro sentiment about the interest rate, about risk on, risk off assets. If you ever listen to short sellers talk about their short thesis, they're strategically ignorant. Like they want to not understand anything you're doing because they just want to say something simple.
Yeah.
Oh, the company trades at a premium to the underlying asset, ha ha ha. Well, so does every other company on earth. So does every bank, right? That's every finance company, every company on earth trades at a premium to assets. Of course it does. That's not the reason to short the stock. The reason to short the stock is you don't like the business, but the business is selling billions of dollars of digital credit. So you have to have an opinion on that before you can have an intelligent short thesis. Now, we're not really at that level of the dialogue. So I don't I'm certainly not going to do stupid, panicky things because there are other stupid, panicky people in the market, right?
Yeah.
That's like allowing yourself to be dumbed down to the lowest common
Yeah, these guys are
denominator.
gambling. I mean, these guys are gambling for a short term.
And you also got to keep in mind, you know, there's a lot of times the stupidest, most obnoxious post on X is the one that runs the hardest. And even the stuff that's not even true, someone posts something which is not true and not even believable.
Yeah, you were selling this one. I think somebody was saying you were selling.
That goes viral,
Yeah, totally.
right? That goes viral.
Goes viral.
So you can't take that too seriously. Like you can dismiss it, you know, as it's an unfounded rumor in about 5 seconds. But like, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about that.
Yeah.
I spend my time thinking about how do I launch a treasury credit instrument in Japan that I could sell $1 trillion of to the Japanese to invert the Japanese banking industry and capital markets.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what I'm spending my
What's
time.
driving you, Mike? What's driving you? Like, what keeps you up to get you thinking about doing this? Can't be money.
At this point, first of all, Bitcoin represents the apex property rights of the human race. It represents, you know, financial integrity and empowerment and economic rationale for the human race. So that clearly is a spiritual driver. And then
You probably know this for your business, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at business.com.
I think in my professional life, what drives me in strategy is the realization there's $300 trillion of conventional credit, and it's paying you like 200 basis points.
Right.
We live in a crippled credit economy. Its yields are. In what world does it make sense that $7 trillion in Japan yields nothing? Or that banks in Switzerland steal your money? Like you're getting negative 50 basis points in the Swiss franc. Or if you live in Europe, how is it fair or equitable or rational that every European is expected to accept 150 basis points from a euro money market for their capital, when the fair free market value is somewhere 8 to 10%? So what drives me is, why don't we just go give everybody 10% yield in euros and 10% yield in yen?
How much money?
And 10% yield in dollars.
Yeah.
And Grant, what's the perfect product? I'm going to tell you what I think the perfect product is. The product is I give you 800 basis more than the risk-free rate in the currency of your obligations forever. Okay, the perfect product is a product where your unborn child benefits from it before they know it exists. You're deaf, you're dumb, you're blind, you're in a coma, your arm is broken, your eyes have gone bad. I used to think the iPhone was the perfect product, but we're on the iPhone 17 Pro Max.
Yeah.
They have to upgrade it every year. It's not the perfect product.
Yeah.
Your eyes go bad, you can't even read the product.
Right.
How about I'm just going to give you money forever, a comfortable retirement, and you just do whatever you want? Pure economic energy. You buy this, and it just pays you for your life, the life of your children, the life of your children's children, the life of your great-great-great-great-grandchildren, and it's always more than the underlying inflation rate. Okay? That's the perfect product. So what drives me? Sell the perfect product to the entire world. You give 1 billion people Social Security, and you don't have to gamble your money on the latest equity idea. Why should you have to give your money to a hedge fund that charges you 2 and 20 when you could just have 10% tax deferred forever, no risk, and sell in and out of it whenever you want? And I think, you know, how can you, if you convert 10% of the credit markets today, that's $30 trillion.
Jesus. That's what I was gonna ask you. How big is that market? If you converted just 10%. 30 trillion.
10% today is 30
You think
trillion.
that's real for you? You think you can get there?
We're not gonna get there next year, but my point
You think
is,
it's real though in your lifetime?
yeah, we're gonna, 5 or 10% of the credit markets are gonna become digital credit.
Okay, why not? Somebody's gonna service it.
Hey, what was the value of real estate before we had mortgages? Like
A lot less than this.
Yeah, like if you want the value of a
100X,
home
yeah.
or of real estate to go up, you have to build credit on
Yeah,
top
that's
of it. If banks loan against it, the value of your real estate goes
Yeah.
up. Mortgage-backed securities enhance the market.
What do you think about the 50-year
And
mortgage?
so the value
Hold
of,
on, hang on, what do you think about the 50-year, because it just came out as a,
I say, you know,
whatever.
okay, I'm in favor of giving long duration credit to retail investors. Right, like if you could borrow money on a conforming loan for 50 years at whatever, 5-6%, you could turn around and you can buy Bitcoin appreciating 20 to 30% a year.
Awesome. It's good for
And
the
you can do
economy.
it without risk, it's good for you.
It's good for the government. Takes a load off the government.
Yeah, so in any event, I think this mortgage-backed credit, this corporate credit, this sovereign credit, I'm on a mission to commercialize digital credit. You know, if we become 5% of the market, you know, it might take us 20 years. And by that time, the 300 trillion is 600 trillion.
Yeah.
And the 5%, you know, is 30 trillion. And if we buy if we raise 30 trillion and buy 30 trillion of Bitcoin, Bitcoin's gonna be worth $300 trillion. Of Bitcoin's going to $15 million a coin. And don't sell your Bitcoin, Grant, and it's gonna make your digital real estate business the best real estate business in the history of real estate.
I like this guy pointing out.
Keep the
It's
Bitcoin.
heavy, man. So look, my buddy Ivan Kaufman, okay, he's the CEO of a publicly traded company. He's a real estate guy. We're good. You good?
Yeah, we're good.
And he's like, look, I said, you gotta watch Saylor. You gotta watch Michael Saylor. I'm trying to get him. I showed him our real estate Bitcoin deal. He's like, Grant, I'll put 50 million in, take the company public, blah, blah, blah. He's like, but that Michael Saylor guy is the fucking greatest salesman I've ever heard in my life. What do you say to the guy that just counts you, and I want you to deliver the message straight to
It's
Ivan,
like,
into that camera.
people say John D. Rockefeller, I mean, was John D. Rockefeller a sales guy, or did he give us unlimited energy and help us win World War I and World War II? And was Henry Ford a sales guy when he said everybody ought to have a car and go? It's like, at the end of the day, if you invent a product that everybody needs, that makes everybody's life,
salesman.
makes their life better, the reason that you're an effective sales guy is because you come up with a product that changes the world.
Yeah.
And trust me, I've met a lot of good sales guys selling garbage.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers them as being good sales guys because eventually the product fails.
That's right.
No one's, you know, it's not respecting the population. The billion people that buy stuff are smart enough to know whether the motorcycle works and the plane flies and the car drives. And the reason that people like Starlink is because it works.
Yeah. Do you have Starlink on your plane yet?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Was it worth doing it?
Yes, it was. It's revolutionary.
Yeah.
So look, I mean, technology works. The reason we love AI is not because it was sold to us, it's because you have a complicated problem, you punch it in, and the AI gives you a good answer. You're like, oh my God, this is actually quite a good answer. And so if the product works, it's easy to be a good sales guy.
Yeah.
And maybe I might say, if your product works and you think you're gonna change the lives of a billion people for the better, you get motivated to go sell it.
Yeah, Ivan, listen.
And when you know your product is crappy or garbagey, and you know you're selling an airplane from a kit that's gonna kill 1/10 of the people that fly it, you know, deep down in your soul, you don't quite have the same religious fervor because it's not the greatest product. And so
This guy sells $80 billion in debt a year, by the way. Unadjustables.
sell the thing that works,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, what
Not
happens
that
to...
complicated.
Yeah, no, I love that. Well, and you know I love salespeople too, so
Yeah.
selling great products. What happens to, and I see you more as an innovator. I mean, like you're a massive disruptor. You're gonna disrupt centuries of finance. Anyway, that's my version of you.
Our message is, why would you keep your money in a bank getting 0 or in a money market getting 3% after tax when we'll give you triple or?
What happens to the banks? We have 4,600 banks in America.
You know,
Do we have
10,000 of them went out of business in the 20s and we still got infinite banks. It's gonna go on because it takes a long time to change the world.
Yeah.
You know, we sold 1% of 1% of the treasury credit in the market. So the biggest IPO of the year was 1 basis point of the market.
Wow.
When stretches a when Stretch is a $300 billion business and we're a multi-trillion dollar company, it's gonna be 0.5%.
Wow.
And people are gonna be like, well, it's still a small part of the market, right? I mean, how big do you have to be to get noticed? You have to be 5%, and when you're 5%, that would make us a $10 trillion company, and we'll still be a small new thing.
Yeah.
So I think the banks will go on, the status quo will go on. This is it's just gonna be empowering for the innovators, and it's inspirational to the people that get on board this decade.
The reason I ask is because when I listened to the Bitcoiners, I was down in El Salvador, I went to that deal down there.
Okay.
The maxis. Like, I would have got in Bitcoin heavier 4 years ago, had the Bitcoiners not talked to me the way they talked to me. Like.
They can get kind of toxic.
Dude, the world's coming to an end, fiat's gonna go away, the US dollar's gonna like that, and I'm like, you guys are losing it. What advice would you give Bitcoiners for orange peeling?
My advice is,
They're terrible at it.
is you don't sell things through hate, you sell them through love.
Uh-huh.
So tell everybody how their life will be improved. I'm gonna show you how to make your country better, your bank better, your city better, your money. You have money market, fine, put my product into it. You have a company, fine, put my idea into it. I'm gonna show you how to make your product, your service, your country. You know, you have an ideology, you want this kind of diet, I disagree.
Yeah.
You know, funded with Bitcoin. You have that religion, funded with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is for everybody. Bitcoin is the universal economic empowerment. If you look at the world today and you think, how many differences of opinions do we have? A lot. How many of the people that bitterly disagree use electricity? All of them.
Yes.
How many people that bitterly disagree on politics drink water?
Right.
All of them. How many people that bitterly disagree agree to use computers?
Find the agreement.
We disagree over the computer.
Right.
And so present this as technology, and don't get drawn into the ideological debates and the political debates. I'm not here to destroy your business. I'm here to make your business better. I'm not here to undermine your ideology. Whatever your ideology, if you think the dolphins should fly and whales, should teleport, and whatever.
Like if the dolphins could
The
just put
blue
up the
demons coming down to turn us all into shuffle ducks.
Yeah, that's the term.
You believe that, but just fund it with Bitcoin, right? I mean, we don't have enough time.
Do you
To
think
try to change people's minds, and Henry
exactly.
Ford didn't try to change your mind. He gave you a car.
I built a car?
You want the car, buy the car.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to change the politics in Europe or Russia or China or Japan or Brazil or whatever. I'm going to give you a bank account that pays 10%. You're getting 2%. You want it? Yeah, maybe you're a bank. If you're threatened by that, my answer is, hey, why don't you just go take Stretch, build it into your bank account, and you offer your customers 8%, keep 2%. I'll power it for you, and you can crush all the other banks. It's like, okay, you're going to be the first, dude with electricity in your factory, I'm just selling electricity.
Yeah, quick round before I leave,
Yeah.
okay? Quick round. I hate that. I could do another 2 hours with you. What's the longest interview you've ever done, by the way?
Longer than this. I've done 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
About 4 hours. Actually, I did the Breed Love series, and there were days where we went 6 or 8 hours, but we chopped it into 1 hour segments and released it as a bunch.
What happens to Solana?
Yeah, my opinion on all the proof of stake networks, Solana, BNB, Ethereum, the like is the digital assets economy is bifurcated. There's 2 sides to it. One side is based on proof of work. It's digital capital. Bitcoin is the king. There's a dozen other proof of work networks. And the killer use case is store of value, digital capital, if you will. Bitcoin is digital gold. And the killer app is digital credit. Dividend-bearing securities backed by digital gold, right? That's that business. That is what I'm in. That's strategy, that's Bitcoin. Now, the other half of the business is digital finance. Digital finance is tokenizing your currency, like stablecoin. Tokenizing dollars, tokenizing real-world assets, tokenized gold. tokenizing securities like bonds, tokenizing stocks, tokenizing stretch, tokenizing MSTR.
When you say tokenizing, explain, what is a token?
What I mean is
Tokenizing it.
when I move stablecoin between, my Android phone and your iPhone on Saturday afternoon, it's Tether. Tether is tokenized dollars, right? It's the ability to move a token that represents a bar of gold, an ounce of gold, or a dollar bill, or a share of Apple stock.
So I've converted an ounce of gold to, and
Yeah, or Cardone Inc. issues 10 million tokens that is like equity in Cardone, or it's some kind of capital fundraiser, Joe Rogan coin, or Trump meme coin, right? Meme coins, Katy Perry token.
Mm-hmm. Should I have a token?
It's like, probably, yeah.
Really?
At some point, but, say you have a country club membership.
Yeah.
And the membership is, let's say the membership is transferable, it's more valuable.
Right.
And let's say it's transferable on a token, and you can sell it to anybody, you can post it on a market, let people bid on it in real time, 24/7, 365. Let's say you can take that country club membership and you can tokenize it, put it on a DeFi protocol and borrow against it and lever it up 10 to 1 and trade it on Saturday afternoon. And my point is, like, it becomes more valuable,
Yeah,
right?
doesn't somebody get stuck in that deal? Doesn't somebody get screwed? Like when it goes, let's say it's $1, then it goes to 10, then it goes to 100. Some guy in Vietnam said, fuck out.
I'm not telling you to buy it, I'm just telling, you're asking me what it is.
But somebody does, kind of like.
Someone
get stuck.
someone might lose money,
Yeah.
somebody else might make money.
Yeah.
By the way, that's the argument for why the country club says, we're not gonna let you sell your country club membership. And the counter argument is, well, wait a minute, they didn't want me to sell it because they want to censor who gets to come to the country club. And so instead of selling it for 200,000 and making 100,000 to put my kids through school, I had to give it back for nothing, and they screwed me.
Yeah.
Okay, so my point is, now we're talking about property rights. Should you have the ability to,
I'm with you.
you know?
You got a good answer for everything. You guys got more good answers for shit than I ever come up with. I gotta tell you.
Gary Gensler's position was, we shouldn't let you sell, raise capital because the investor might get hurt, but there's 40 million small businesses.
He was the
in
SEC
US.
guy, right?
He's the chairman of the SEC.
Yeah. The non-accredited investor in America, I just want your take on this. Okay? I interrupted you again, I apologize, that's okay. I am your single though.
It's your podcast.
And so Gary
fans.
Gary, huh?
Your fan,
Yeah,
your
Gary
audience.
Gensler, they want to hear you, not me, but Gary Gensler, the SEC guy,
Right.
is gone now. He gets involved with a non-accredited investor, says they cannot invest with me because he wants to protect them. He's so worried about this person. But that same person can go spend their last $2,000 on tattoos, in a casino, getting drunk, Visa, MasterCard, buying Gucci's.
The issue is the nanny state. It's like, are you gonna tell people how to live their life? And if I run a restaurant and I wanna sell 1,000 restaurant memberships and tokenize it, and I wanna promise people they get priority seating on the weekend, and I'm gonna use it to raise $1 million so I can build my restaurant, it's capital formation, it put me in business, the people that bought it wanted to buy it, I wanted to sell it. And you got some regulator that says, well, it's possible at some point the person won't get their reservation filled and there'll be a disgruntled investor, and so therefore I'm making it illegal for everybody forever. Okay, great, but then like 9,700 restaurants don't get launched because no one can raise money. And so at the end of the day, it's like, where do you draw the line? Am I gonna stop you from buying a donut because you might choke on it? Right? I mean, what is the right remedy for selling you a piece of food that's got strep or botulism or it's got food poisoning in it that kills you? Is the right remedy that I take 3 years and 40 million of lawyers, because that's the status quo in securities law right now.
That's right.
Right? And the answer is, like, there's no restaurants. Right? It takes $40 million in 3 years to launch a restaurant. There are no restaurants. But you admit people do go to restaurants and get drunk, get in the car, drive their car, kill somebody. I think the answer is hold the perpetrator civilly and criminally liable for the damage they do. And we got enough laws.
Yeah, exactly.
We got enough laws about that. So, yeah, you're right. Something bad might happen. And I'm not telling you to do it or not do it, but what I'm saying is, back to your question, what's going to happen? You asked me what's going to happen with Solana, right? So
You're right.
you have to answer, or you want to talk about the theory of capital formation.
No, we're all done, okay?
Solana, Ripple, all of them.
And my point
Yeah,
is,
please.
those proof of stake networks, they exist to let you move tokenized currency, tokenized brands, tokenized securities, tokenized real world assets around. Call it digital finance. It's a vibrant economy. It's fraught with controversy. Look, I couldn't even get through the description without you disagreeing with me about the use case on the network as I tried to pitch it to you.
Yeah.
So there are some people that think that, you ought to be able to issue digital tokens rapidly, and other people don't think you should. And then there are some people that want to move money at the speed of light, and other people want to KYC it, and they fight over that. And there are some people that want to sell digitized securities to the world, and other people don't want them to travel to Pakistan or the UK. And so you got an army of lawyers that are debating this stuff. And the bill that's moving through Congress right now, called Clarity Act, is meant to provide some bright lines around what you can do with digital tokens on digital exchanges with these digital finance networks. And right now we're in the gray zone. So, there's a million good ideas, and it could be a multi-trillion-dollar economy, and lots of money will be made. But there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of questions about, can I actually raise $10 million for my restaurant in 4 hours for $40, or does it take me 2 years? And where does securities law stop, and where does consumer protection begin?
Yeah.
And, I know what I ideologically think should happen, but it's above my pay grade, Grant. Like, the decision will be made.
Lots could be above your pay grade here before.
The decision is made in DC, and there's a negotiation between the House and the Senate and the administration and the industry, and there will be a law, and the law will provide clarity on 70% of these ideas, and there will be obscurity on 30% of the ideas. And, will Solana defeat BNB or Ethereum, or will they all coexist? And it's a technology competition, a regulatory competition, a marketing competition, a stability and a finance competition. And if you're going to be invested in that market, you need to actually spend a lot of time to form an opinion on all those things. I'm not going to tell you who's going to win or lose. Any more than if you would ask me who wins the AI race, is it OpenAI or Gemini or whatever, I'd be like, it's all very promising.
Yeah.
Someone's going to win.
Somebody's going to lose.
The world is going to be a better off place with digital finance and digital intelligence. But, at the end of the day, if you want my investment suggestion, you either buy digital capital in the form of Bitcoin and hold it for 10 years because you trust nobody.
Yeah.
Or you buy digital credit from an issuer that you trust. And if you don't trust anybody, buy Bitcoin, right? If you don't trust anybody and to believe in anything and you're the ultimate curmudgeon, buy Bitcoin.
What is a curmudgeon?
Curmudgeon, you're just cynical and everything and everybody and every new idea. Right? Bitcoin is, the investment of last resort for someone that hates everybody and everything and disbelieves any business idea. You just want to keep your money.
Two more questions.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Last two.
Okay. Where do you have to liquidate? Where do you have to liquidate any MSTR?
Look, we have $8 billion of debt, and we have $65 to $70 billion.
$57 billion of equity today.
Yeah. So in terms of Bitcoin would have to fall 90%
from here
for us to be sort of collateralized, to be one-on-one. At which point we probably would dilute the equity, and so it would be bad for the equity.
The equity because you would just issue more.
We'd have to sell more equity. We're not going to. But the point is, we're never going to liquidate.
Okay.
The equity is going to be a loser.
Yeah.
If Bitcoin fell to zero tomorrow forever.
Yeah.
Then the bonds won't come. The bonds will default.
Yeah.
But a 90% drawdown, we wouldn't default.
Yeah.
Right.
So
if you think Bitcoin is going to go to 10,000, I think we're good. If you think Bitcoin's going to $1 tomorrow forever, then yeah, the bonds would default. But
yes, I was in a bit.
That's like saying, New York City sinks underneath the ocean. If you think that's happening, your New York City real estate bonds will go back.
Yeah. Mogami could do it though. He's a Mogami guy. Okay.
Anything can happen. Is that your second question? What's the last?
The last question is, what do you think? Okay,
how do I pull off my real estate Bitcoin fund? What's the right way for me to pull it off? You're Grant Cardone, you're Michael Saylor in the Grant Cardone's body.
I have to have a lot of facts to give you an intelligent idea.
Well,
Give me the highlight of the
I got $1
facts.
billion of real estate.
Okay?
What do I do? Trophy real estate. You know what I got.
Yeah, it's trophy real estate, put it together with 500 million to $1 billion worth of equity capital invested in Bitcoin, wrap the entire thing together and get it public. Find a way to get it public, take it public if you can, that's the best way.
IPO
Otherwise,
or
do
reverse?
the best is to do the IPO, you control everything yourself, so. So I would put the two together and I would IPO it, and that would be that way you're building it the way you want it, and there's no hair, and
Yeah.
no other.
But if I IPO it, I gotta wait on the shelf. So.
You know, when I was, I guess,
This is where the lectures.
when I was 27 years old, a bunch of 23-year-old guys who worked for me said, Mike, we want you to take the company public. I said, okay, guys. And 24 months later, I took it public.
Yeah.
If I could figure it out with, no money and no experience in my mid-20s,
Yeah.
then I think you could figure it out.
Yeah.
It must be possible to take a company public. I would do that. There are other ways to get public. You can do a merger, reverse merger, a SPAC or whatever. But the big idea is bolt on. If you bolt on 500 million of Bitcoin to $1 billion of real estate, by the time you get public, it'll be worth $1 billion, and you'll be 50-50.
Yeah.
Then you'll have the highest performance, most liquid, most interesting real estate company.
How low do you think Bitcoin goes in the cycle, Rager? If it goes any lower, where does it go?
I think it's pretty stable where it is right now. I mean, most of the liquidation selling is out of the system. I think we should rally from here.
And then where do you think it ends?
I don't believe in 4-year cycles anyway.
I never believed in the.
I think that they might have had some credence in the first 12 years, but right now, the 4-year cycle is somehow based on the idea that 225 Bitcoin a day get taken out of the supply the next halving. That's $22 million or $20 million of buying. Trust me, $20 million of buying. The market traded 100 billion yesterday. 20 million is not even a third of what our issue at this point.
Yeah.
The dynamics in the market are much more that, Jerome Powell thinks he wants to hold interest rates higher for longer, right? It's macroeconomics, it's political, it's structural. When IBIT's derivatives market went from 10 billion to 50 billion, it did that in 4 weeks. I mean, so those kind of things, when JP Morgan, offers 10 or $100 billion in loans against Bitcoin, that will dwarf the 4-year cycle. It's the actions of the mega finance actors that are determining the future of Bitcoin right now, and all the fundamentals are good. So my advice to anybody is, first of all, if you make decisions with a 12-month or less time frame, you're a trader.
Yeah.
You're a trader. You're a trader. I have zero advice for you.
Right.
I'm not a trader. I'm not a good trader.
Yeah.
I don't purport to be. I have zero advice for you. On the other hand, if you're an entrepreneur or if you're an investor, you should have a time frame of 4 years or longer, 4 to 10 years. And you should have an opinion about digital credit, digital real estate, digital exchanges, digital finance. You should be on a mission to provide, everybody in Africa with something, right? Figure out what is the product or service or what is the thing you're going to do. And if you expect it to pay off in less than 4 years, I don't have any respect for you. Brandon, it took me 4 years to get through MIT.
Yeah.
Everybody gets
I
through
couldn't get
college
into
in
MIT.
4 years. But the point is, like, your son comes home and says, Dad, I'm dejected. I'm not going to get a PhD in the next 12 months.
Yeah.
You're like, well, son, you're not supposed to get it that fast.
Right.
If you're not ready to work for 8 years, maybe you're not cut out for a PhD.
Yeah.
And so the average person does 12 years in secondary school, 4 years in college, and they expect their business idea to pay off in 12 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like, get a clue.
Degenerate. Don't be a degenerate.
Nothing.
What message do you have to the degenerates?
My message is digital intelligence, digital assets, and digital capital is going to change the world. And if you want to do something great in the next decade, lock on to one or multiple of those things and figure out how you can, do something unique and make a contribution to the world. and then everything else will work itself out.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate your time and appreciate your intelligence. You're deep and very wide intelligence.
Thanks for having me.
At your year, all new shark encounters. Enjoy big laughs and all new adventures. Get passes for as low as $12.25 a month. Hurry, offer ends soon.
We're celebrating America's 250th with a historic return. Pastrami, 5 tasty wings, including pastrami sandwich, dog, and chili cheese fries. It's a return of pastrami proportions. Wiener schnitzel, American food.
So ABTC's, their job today is what?
We're mining Bitcoin every single day.
So do you think the CIA is Satoshi and the creator of Bitcoin?
I can tell you American Bitcoin is not mining Bitcoin for the CIA. That's much I can tell you.
Oh, give me an argument against the figure out the code and hack it. Tell me why I don't need to worry about that.
A couple. This topic's come up a lot recently, actually. Or good luck. The IRS is going to come knock on your door and throw you in jail for money laundering, even though it's an asset that you own. When you look back in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, these are going to be the rails that the world operates on.
What's the chance you're wrong though, Eric? What's the chance it's not parabolic? It's not going to freaking 1 million?
You have this unique version of gold that exists, but what's better than gold is not just it's more scarce and it's fixed, but it also can transact. Bitcoin, an asset that's going up again 70% historically year over year. The banks can't steal it, the government can't steal it, you can ledger it.
What will the price of Bitcoin be?
In a 4-year period of time, I think it will be 1,000.
Yes, today I'm with two incredible entrepreneurs, Eric Trump, Asher. These guys are working with American Bitcoin. A lot of exciting things happen. I'm actually an investor with the company. I asked Eric to come in and talk about what you guys are doing with ABTC. I'm going to ask some questions because I don't know all about this and I'm learning, but I'm very, very curious about the Bitcoin space. Eric, you've done a bunch. This is your, what, third or fourth project?
Yeah, so we've been in the Bitcoin space ever since we started ED Banks. You and I have talked a lot about the levelization banks. We got into cryptocurrency, and I absolutely love Bitcoin. I think it's the greatest asset there's been over the last 10-year period of time. It's grown roughly 70% a year over year over the last decade. It's unbelievable. I think it's the greatest hedge against hard assets. So you're a hard asset guy, I'm a hard asset guy, but I think it's great. You can't.
Hard assets, so explain to the audience, hard assets mean what to you?
Hard assets, i.e. buildings like this. We're sitting in a commercial building right now. Congratulations, you can't move this building. You can't take this building and bring it to London. You can't, this building can get hit by a tornado. It can get hit by a hurricane. It can, all of a sudden you can have bad politics in the state. You can have a mass exodus, almost like what you saw in New York. And hard assets are tangible. They're illiquid. They're fixed in a certain location. Bitcoin, which we really consider digital gold, kind of fixes all of those problems, right? It's immediately liquid, it's 24 hours a day.
I consider that a hard asset as well.
I've come to the point where I consider Bitcoin to be a hard asset. It's a digital asset, but I almost view it as a
hard because it's limited.
And it uses energy to be mined. So you have real data centers that are essentially consuming power from the grid and running compute securitized network. So you actually have to spend a ton of money to produce every coin as well. You can't just go and print it because some person decides I want to go get more tokens.
And I think this is the problem with guys my age and people that don't understand. They're like, yeah, but I can't see it and I can't touch it. How's it real?
That was always the problem for all real estate guys, right? But it's actually more real than anything else because you can listen. Grant, if gold ever went to $20,000 an ounce, you would take down the column right behind me right now, and we would pull gold out of that column, right? Elon Musk would send a spaceship up to Mars, and you'd find gold on Mars, and there's always going to be a surplus quantity if that was ever to happen, right? Bitcoin is the only.
You're saying if the price of that went up, we would find gold.
You're always going to explore more, right? As the price goes up,
I agree with you.
You're always going to go deeper into the earth. You're going to go into a harder location. You're always going to explore more.
But gold would be considered a hard asset, right?
Bitcoin is the only commodity that you literally cannot get more of, right? It's capped at 21 million, and everybody around the world wants it. Sovereign wealth funds wants it. The wealthiest people want it. It's tradable 24 hours a day. You can put it on a flash drive. You can go anywhere in the world, right? You can move it. And try and move a couple bricks of gold through Miami Airport. Good luck. They're going to throw you in jail. The IRS is going to come knock on your door and
jail for money laundering, even though it's an asset that you own. It's just, Bitcoin is digital gold. I think it's a better version of gold, and that's why it's become one of the greatest stores of value in the world.
Yeah, but I think too is if you think about, for folks trying to conceptualize what is this thing, so I'll tell you a funny story. A couple of years ago when we had our early investors, when we a company called US Bitcoin Corp that turned into Hut 8, and we'll talk about how that all connects with American Bitcoin, but he called me one day, like a year and a half after investing, old guy, real estate guy, and literally a year and a half after investing, he called me and was like, hey, Asher, quick question. When you guys are mining Bitcoin, are you getting any physical Bitcoin that come out? And I was like, oh boy, like, yeah, you were for a year and a half, and I was like, and he's like, when I see
He's an investor with.
yeah, and he's like, when I see these photos on all these articles, you see these coins, like, if they're real coins that come, I'm like, no, it's all digital. And so I think what's good to kind of think through and understand was like, when Bitcoin was created, there were a couple key kind of founding principles. One is, there's no centralized authority that governs how it works. There's the rules that are prescribed, like the 12 commandments. Yeah. And so
Where are you from? What's your nationality?
Half Israeli, half Chinese, so I got a little bit of a mix. And so, so there are the rules that
Very intelligent.
Very intelligent.
so there are the rules that are transcribed, and essentially what the rules are with this. There are only 21 million coins ever produced. And it's a deflation asset rather than an inflation asset. Right?
Deflation asset.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is, how do those 21 million coins come into the world? Today, there are not 21 million coins out there.
Right.
There's less. And
So
so
probably 4 or 5 million lost because.
there's loss. There's coins that haven't been produced yet. And so, like, how do you produce coins? So when Bitcoin was first created, there were no coins out there. There was only ever a cap of 21 million, but there was zero. And then so they had this thing called mining, and what mining was essentially, you get a bunch of computers, and you securitize the network. And so what does that mean? Is right now there's millions and millions of computers around the world. And what they do is, if you transfer Bitcoin to Eric, all of those computers have to agree that that happened. And then they go on to the next transaction.
And how do they agree it happened? I'm gonna send him something to.
Yes. So basically,
So his wallet.
yes.
His electronic wallet, that's not a real wallet.
Correct. So there's two things. There's how do you confirm that specific transaction, then how do you confirm the historical transaction. So one is, how do you confirm that specific transaction? If you transfer his wallet, you basically are sending the coins to his wallet, and then it's getting inked into the ledger. So that's why kind of it's not your keys, not your wallet, it's the whole thing, which is like, you have to control where your Bitcoin is and how it's transferred. But the other key thing is, who stops the network from going back and saying, you know what, 5 transactions ago, you actually didn't send a Bitcoin to Eric, you sent it to me. How do you prevent that from happening? And so that's what all these computers do. They say, we are verifying
Individual, independent computers
around the whole world.
don't even know one another.
Correct, around the
This
whole
is
world.
an Ethernet kind of,
That's right. That's
not
right.
agreed upon, but agreed upon.
But agree on, because everyone's saying, you know what, over the last series of thousands or millions of transactions,
Yeah.
this is what the trail transactions are.
Yeah.
So no one can come in and go change history
Right.
because it's locked in. And so if you think about that overall scale of the network of computers today, the amount of energy consumed to actually run the network is more than some small countries.
Yeah, you're talking about energy now, you're talting about electricity.
It's the electricity that goes into the data centers to run the computer, right? And so why I call it a deflation asset rather than inflation is every 4 years, there's a thing called the halving, which is right now about 450 Bitcoin get produced every single day.
Every day.
Every day.
Okay.
Right? And then at the halving, that's going to drop down to 225.
Yeah.
It was at 900 before.
And then it'll go 115 or 130.
Exactly. It keeps on dropping and dropping.
60 until it's
Exactly.
a half.
Exactly. And then it will all go all the way to 2140, and then 21 million Bitcoin is all that's in the world. And so the interesting thing is, what mining is and why there's this kind of physical asset is because in order to produce a Bitcoin, you need these computers to actually verify the network. In order to have these computers, you have to build large data centers. In order to power the data center and the computers, you need large access to energy. Not all of this infrastructure,
But all this was built without data centers. Up to now.
No,
We don't have centralized data centers.
we have like American Bitcoin, we have massive data centers in the US that run this computer. I'll send you some of these photos, but I mean, we have.
Maybe I should be investing in data centers right now.
We have it over. No, ABTC owns them.
Oh,
So ABTC mines Bitcoin as well.
Okay.
And ABTC, like one of our facilities, it's 5 football fields long. That's the building.
Where's it located?
Amarillo, Texas.
Okay, I know.
And so,
Because that's the cheapest energy.
Yeah.
All the computes liquid gold. And these are the most efficient computers.
These are basically empty storage.
And so think about it, those are the facilities that are located all around the world that one of the facilities. Guess what? The redundancy of the entire network would spread it out where all the other networks would guard your asset. And that's why people love it. But again, it's capped at that 21 million. And so,
But just help me out here. You guys who started doing this Bitcoin, they didn't have data centers.
They had computer.
They had a computer, which was a data center.
Correct. So what happened was, so if you think about,
And they're sitting there doing what? They're putting code in.
they had this code called SHA-256, which is the encryption algorithm. And so instead of,
And they're doing this for what? So
of course.
about this, but I think there's a lot of people out there like that.
Yeah. So if you think about the evolution, and this is the evolution of chips, right? So essentially, before, everyone was doing the same thing, but instead of data centers, everyone was doing it out of their computer. So you can mine Bitcoin from your computer. Then people said, you know what? Is there a better form of computer that can run this algorithm faster? So they actually then went to GPUs. GPUs are what run AI today. And so then, like, one of our co-founders, Mike, he started mining way back. He went to every single Best Buy, bought all of the gaming GPUs he could, and that's how he started mining Bitcoin back in 2013.
And he's mining the Bitcoin because
because those computers are running the.
But he gets what? He gets rewarded.
He gets rewarded Bitcoin for driving that compute. So if the way you think about how mining it makes money is every day there's only 450 Bitcoin released to the world. How that's released is based on who is contributing the compute into the network. So let's just say, make it easy. If 1 unit of computer equates to 1 unit of compute, then you say, all right, there's 450 computers, there's 450 Bitcoin. That means everyone gets 1 Bitcoin. If now you have 900 computers with 450 Bitcoin, everyone gets half Bitcoin. And so the more efficient your computer is, the more Bitcoin that you get. And so that's why you went from kind of people doing CPU computers
to being
GPUs. Right. And then now they have these ASICs, which are these single-purpose computers that can do nothing but SHA-256 for Bitcoin. And so it's very specialized, but
all they're doing 24/7 is what?
SHA-256 verified with Bitcoin now. That's it.
Verified.
The computers are incapable of doing anything else.
Okay.
They can only do SHA-256.
Okay, so how do you guys come up with American Bitcoin? ABTC is the stock, it's trading for $7, $6. What's it trading for today?
Somewhere between $5, $6,
Yeah. Okay.
So I wanted to do a data center plan. We had this company called American Data Centers. Met Asher, became best friends almost instantly. And Huggy, which is our sister company, and it's something that Asher runs every day. They're incredible at the data center game. In fact, this guy's stuck. I mean, I can't. He's gonna blush because he's too humble. But
What's my day trading?
I think we're at
40.
50 so 9 to go, we're at like $6.77.
This is about 18 months ago. So Asher just has something that's like 10x. He's doing unbelievable. But he's like, we both had the love for Bitcoin. And it's like, why don't we take this infrastructure that we have from Hut 8 and why don't we go down the Bitcoin route? We can mine Bitcoin more efficiently than anybody in the world. We have some of the cheapest energy anywhere in the world, right, in West Texas. Every day we're mining Bitcoin.
Or
at ABC. So the way to think about this is this.
So it was sitting there, ABTC sitting.
So the way to think about the origin story was Hut 8, 2017.
Okay.
And Hut 8 was actually one of the first public companies in the world to hold Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And so Hut 8 was a business that had Bitcoin on the balance sheet. It had this mining business, and it had this data center business. And obviously the data centers consume a lot of energy. Backtrack about a year and a half ago, we started getting all these investors that bought our public stock and said, hey, we think there's this massive AI wave. You guys need data centers for AI as well, not just for Bitcoin. And so we started having this conflict of, we have a group of shareholders that just want us to do data center and AI energy. And then we have a group of shareholders that have been with us forever that just believe in Bitcoin. Right? And said, okay, long term, these are two different.
Now they're giving you input how?
They're public shareholders in our public company. Right? And so they're giving input on like, hey, why don't you guys spend less money on Bitcoin, more money on data centers, et cetera. And so we said, naturally, like, owning Bitcoin is a much more volatile asset than owning infrastructure, data centers, power. And we said, all right, the cost of capital is different. Because when you have more volatility, your cost of capital is higher, but you can make more money. And then when you do real estate, the cost of capital is lower, and so you can kind of invest for longer returns, right? And so basically, when we started getting together, Eric was starting American Data Centers, and he's like, hey, what are you guys doing? He's like, look, we have this data center for this school company. Like, we start talking about Bitcoin, we start talking about like infrastructure and real estate, and then you share this outside of Hut 8. This is outside of Hut 8. We started talking about these ideas, and I was like, I think there's a world where we want to spin out the computers and create a company that's solely Bitcoin. Hut 8 just becomes the infrastructure company, and American Bitcoin can be this pure play Bitcoin company that mines Bitcoin. Because they're sister companies, the economics are vertically integrated, and so then
finance.
Yeah, think about it on the real estate side, you have the management business and the real estate business, it's like that same idea. Yeah, exactly. And so that's what will form ABC.
Yeah, so ABTCs, their job today is what? What do they do now?
We're mining Bitcoin every single day. Right, so every single day we're mining Bitcoin for roughly 50% of what Bitcoin trades at right now. So Bitcoin's at about 110,000.
Yeah.
And we're mining every single day, we're mining a lot of Bitcoin for roughly 50%. I mean, right now we're about, what, 2.5% of the world's total mining based on exahash.
So I probably have some of your Bitcoin.
You definitely have more Bitcoin, as I know. You definitely have some.
I'm paying double.
But it allows us to do two things, right?
But we also don't sell Bitcoin. The Bitcoin we mine is holding.
Oh, so I don't have.
You only have the shareholder, you're not buying.
I don't have any of your Bitcoin.
So we're holding it.
So how much can you tell me what you have?
The beautiful part about this model is, in one sense, we're mining Bitcoin every single day. 365 days a year, we're mining Bitcoin, and we're doing so again, right? At the same time, we're going out there, we're acquiring Bitcoin, right? So we believe in the asset. This is again the asset that's growing 70% year over year. I don't need to commit you a Bitcoin. You're clearly a believer. But what it allows us to do, unlike every other strategy company, it allows us to dollar cost average down to Bitcoin. So everybody, if they're going out and buying Bitcoin, they have to buy at fair market value, because guess what? That's what you're buying on the street. We might have to buy this at fair market value if we go out and purchase, but then every single day, the Bitcoin that we're mining for $50 cents is actually pulling down, dollar cost averaging down our Bitcoin holdings, and that's how we can accrete value to shareholders.
So what are you on? How much is on the balance sheet?
We have to publicly report that.
It was recent there, but a couple thousand. And so we started the company April 1st.
Okay.
So in less than a year,
How did you guys go public so fast? Like 5 months.
I gotta tell the idea story. So this is the head of the New York, the head of the NASDAQ is a friend and wonderful. She goes, this is the fastest go public. It was 5 months.
Inception of the company to listing.
From inception of the company to listing was, what, 5 months or 6 months? Yeah. And it was 5 months and 2 days. We've never seen anything like this, right? And so speed up. We went from zero to $5+ billion company, literally, in a 5 month period of time. We've got such a cool story. It's incredible. When you see these facilities, and you love this as a real estate guy, right?
Yeah.
You and I are the guys that kind of walk into old industrial buildings and you go, this place is dirty, it's beaten up, but man, can I see the value in this place? And then we can make it. Take that ID that's 150 years old, and I can make that cool feature that goes across this room. You walk into these mining facilities, you see the racks. I mean, they 500 yards of the most powerful supercomputers in the world that are all underwater. I mean, all the chips are underwater, right? They're all liquid. All liquid.
I gotta come see this.
The energy consumption in these facilities is unbelievable, and all that facility does every single day is mine a system of Bitcoin. I think it's actually the largest facility. One of our facilities is the largest facility anywhere in the world under one roof that mines Bitcoin. But it's
So you own that real estate? You own it or you lease it?
So that's the sister company. So
Okay.
American Bitcoin owns all the servers in there. Hutting invests in all the real estate and infrastructure. And so the idea is, because American Bitcoin, if you buy a server, you want to try to get payback in like 2 years. You don't get 2-year paybacks in real estate, right? Like that's not the business model, because you can depreciate it for much longer.
Right.
And so the idea is, Hutting drives cost capital lower. It invests in all this, it leases it in to a much cheaper rate to ABC than it's getting investing in the chips directly. So ABC's business is very simple. Invest in servers that produce Bitcoin at a discount to the market, and then we have cheap cost of capital, buy Bitcoin. And so we're accumulating Bitcoin.
And the cheap cost of capital will come from where? So ATMs?
So yeah, because
I guess
convertible notes, ATMs, because of the public markets, we can sell the volatility of our stock, and people give us value for that. We can drive the cost of that capital down, and we can go buy Bitcoin more.
all keeping the lowest SG&A you possibly had, because you have two sister companies and there's a lot of redundancy. SG&A, your management fees, your overhead costs. If you look at us versus any other miner on the street, I think you're going to see a massive difference. We want to be buying the asset that we believe is going to appreciate. We don't want to be spending that on management fees and SG&A.
That was the key, because so there's other mining companies in the world, there's other treasure companies in the world, and so when we formed American Bitcoin, we really kind of took an approach of like, what does the market actually need and want? And our thought process was, if people are buying a Bitcoin company, why are they doing it? Because they think they can potentially get a better return than buying Bitcoin itself, right? Because if you buy Bitcoin, you get the appreciation of
But I'm stuck with that value. I have no way to control.
there's no Bitcoin yield, there's no way to grow that. And so we're like, let's create a company, and that's what we call American Bitcoin, a Bitcoin accumulator, which is, instead of earnings per share like a typical public company, mining Bitcoin, buying Bitcoin.
So what's the accumulation target? Is there one? Do you think like that? Like, hey, we want to get to this many?
Do you? So, part yes, part no, yes. But, when Eric started, he's like, hey, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna be one of the biggest in the world.
Yeah.
Right? And like, otherwise, we're not gonna do this.
You know, it's around, I think you know that's aerogenetics, that's in neurogenetics as well. You're gonna run a race, you better win the damn race, right? But there's two races to win.
Yeah.
There's the, how many you have on your balance sheet, and what is the cost per Bitcoin on your balance sheet, right? And I think we're gonna win that second race. Like, I've never been more confident in anything in my life. I truly believe with all my heart, we're gonna win the second race because
The cost of traffic.
The cost of the Bitcoin per share, because that's the nuance here is, what we saw was, a lot of people try to focus on just the vanity metric of how big can you get, and then shareholders lose money because they're diluting in order to get there. And that's what a big problem with a lot of these companies.
Yeah, so explain that. Public, they're hitting the pipe, which is very expensive, right? Yeah, very diluted.
Yeah. And then they're
Really
raising,
explain,
yeah,
what pipe is.
yeah, so basically, the pipe is like a,
You just went public, imagine your company just went public, and you have enough shares moving in the marketplace.
and so basically you're raising this money because you're telling the world, hey, instead of 500 Bitcoin, I own 5,000 Bitcoin or 10,000 Bitcoin. And shareholders are like, oh, right, that's amazing. But the question is,
The number of shares.
the number of shares increased so large, right? So let's just say you own,
And I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm just trying to.
yeah,
So let's say the company had 1 million shares,
yes,
and then you did the pipe
yes,
for $1 billion,
Yeah.
whatever. I'm just
yeah,
making up.
yeah,
The number of shares now is gonna go from 1 million shares to maybe 10 million shares.
right,
So my share becomes
Yeah.
worth 1/10.
right. And then the question is, do you get 10 times the amount of Bitcoin or not?
And that word is accretive, right?
That's right.
What's it accretive that you'll hear?
That's right. And so I think that's the issue with all these companies is this vanity.
So was it accretive? Was it accretive?
So ours have been accretive so far. Every single time we've raised money, our Bitcoin per share has gone up, and that's a metric we
Greater than the dilution.
greater than dilution agreements. Because the exact example you said, which is, if we had 100 Bitcoin with 100 shareholders, everyone gets Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Now, if we had 10,000 Bitcoin, but we had 1 million shareholders, everyone gets 0.1, right?
Right.
And so that's where the metric we look at is not just how many Bitcoin we have, but what per share. And every time we do a transaction, is that increasing or not? And the lucky thing with us is, even if we're not raising money, we're mining every single day.
You're mining
That's naturally
everybody in the market.
Exactly.
roughly 50%, right?
Michael Singer's back.
So if we decide to not go out and buy Bitcoin, and the numbers will flow through this public filing, but you're adding a substantial amount of Bitcoin every single day
Yeah.
to the bottom line of the company and doing it for 50% discounts before you actually go out and buy. Now, you still want to go out when you can and when the market's right and actually buy it. We're a big believer that Bitcoin's going to continue to skyrocket. We did believe that Bitcoin over the next 5 years was going to absolutely fly, parabolic. We shouldn't be in this business. We believe in the asset with every ounce of our heart.
What's the chance you're wrong though, Eric? What's the chance it's not parabolic, it's not going to freaking 1 million?
So let me zoom out and put on my other hat for a second. I'm in every country around the world. Literally, I say every facetiously, but
This year, how many countries this year?
a lot. I mean, listen, I've got 20 plus jobs around the world, in virtually every continent. We know all the top companies. We own all the, know all the top family offices. We know virtually every government wants it. Every wealthy individual wants it. Half of the Fortune 500 companies. You can't open up Twitter on a given day and not see another major American company that's putting serious amounts of Bitcoin on the balance sheet. So you have all of that. So you have compression all around the world where people want it. Then, by the way, go over to Asia, right? Everybody in Asia wants it. Everybody in South America wants it. The U.S. dollar, yes, it's almost a place where it needs it, but it probably needs it the least, right? I mean, imagine living in Africa.
At least because.
Imagine living in Zimbabwe.
How would you say in our currencies?
Where their currency sucks.
Yeah.
There's massive abuse. There's rampant everything, public corruption.
Big more problems.
Would you rather own their local currency, which you probably couldn't even tell me what it was, or would you rather own Bitcoin, an asset that's going up again 70% historically year over year? You'd obviously rather own Bitcoin. The banks can't steal it. The government can't steal it. You can ledger it. So you have all of that happening right now, and that's happening all around the world, and it's absolutely explosive. In the public markets, with family offices, with sovereign wealth funds, with major countries. I mean, a serious person in one major country told me that all the energy that isn't going to cool a city, right, and this is, a city in the Middle East, in the middle of, the winter, right? In the summer, they have to use the energy for cooling. During the winter, they use all that energy for mining Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, this is happening all over the world. But then look at the public markets now. Now, all of a sudden, you can buy APTC, you can buy through it, right? You don't need to have a ledger, you don't need to do it through DeFi, you don't need to do it through the conventional crypto rails. Fidelity's offering it now, Schwab's offering it, JP Morgan just announced that they're doing it, BlackRock's doing it. You can buy, one of 10 different spot ETFs that all, are invested in Bitcoin. You can buy it into 401ks, and you can buy it into Roth IRAs. There are 100 different ways you can get exposure to Bitcoin. That isn't a thumb drive that lost so many people. People didn't understand blockchain technology. People didn't understand DeFi. People didn't understand how to move money, right? Really smart young guys who were really into it. They figured it out. They made it work, and it became explosive under those rails. But now it's becoming really explosive. And if you look at the crypto industry, right, it's growing faster than the internet. Faster than the internet grew in the 90s, right? Right now, we're on the 1 yard line, and you watch what happens. Everybody wants crypto. Everybody wants.
So will you just, for the audience, explain to them what you just went over about the keys, because it's not easy to hold your own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And I think what you just said was.
And that was very easy to understand. Historically, it was hard, right? So historically, it had something that was called a ledger. It was effectively a USB drive. There's certain codes. It had seed phrase, and it was a wallet. It was your wallet, and you could buy and sell cryptocurrency on that using DeFi. DeFi is decentralized finance, right? And CeFi is centralized finance. It lost a lot of people. You'd have to go to Omni. You'd have to go to MetaMask. You had to have browsers.
It's running a Coinbase account. It's very
you had to have browser extensions. Well, now honestly, Coinbase is simple. People are popping up Coinbase accounts in 5 minutes. Robinhood accounts, right? Kraken accounts, Binance accounts. And so that's become great. But for all the people who simply have a 401k, for all the people who own one share of stock at Schwab or at Fidelity or at JP Morgan or anywhere else, congratulations, you can go buy a BTC on the NASDAQ right now that's traded every single day, and that can be your exposure.
Go get 100 shares right now. I can say that, right, as an investor. Go get 100 shares right now. Okay, it'll cost you $600.
So it's easier than ever before.
Yeah. And I have the exposure to the Bitcoin, and I have the exposure to the mining. And I'm liquid.
That's right, exactly. So I think like all of this seems new, but really it's not. Like the way that I always kind of think about it, conceptualize it is you look back in like human history, gold was this kind of store of value, right? Because people could find it,
Which I've never understood about.
Right.
I've never accept the gold, keeping it.
Yeah,
Nobody's ever offered me any.
and people found it, they kept it, and then the US dollar was rolled back at one point.
Yeah.
Right? So the US dollar was basically like a gold stable coin. Think about it that way. And then it was like because gold is hard to transact, and so you have this currency that you can transact, and obviously end up getting depegged, and then now the US dollar is backed by the US government, and that's kind of the business, right? But if you think about Bitcoin, it takes that same idea, which is you have this valuable thing that's scarce. I think to Eric's point, gold really isn't that scarce because if you have enough money, you can go back more. Right. And so this actually takes that idea, refines it better in a digital world that we live in today. I think if anyone were to argue the world's not digital, how many times do you pick up your phone every single day? Like you live in this digital world, right? And so now you have this new version of gold that exists. But what's better than gold is not just it's more scarce and it's fixed, but it also can transact. I mean, we said $200 million at it's like 11 p.m. on a Tuesday night, and it was between one of our wallets to another wallet because banks are closed. Banks are closed. We were able to do a test transaction. We were able to send it. It was funny because one of these like whale accounts like someone's moving this Bitcoin. Something's happening in the world. And we're like, we're just moving it from our accounts.
You're moving 200 million.
We're moving it between our accounts because we want to diversify kind of where the holdings are to make sure that we have a diversified base. But you can't do that in today's world because not only even if things were open, 5 people would call. Are you moving? Are you sure? Exactly. I remember we were taking $200 million cash and buying the Bitcoin, and the bank called and said, why are you taking the money out of the bank? We're like, it's our money. Like, we're just buying Bitcoin. We're not leaving you.
Right now, on a Friday afternoon, we were trying to get us with wire transfer. I use this example all the time, but it drives me crazy. Every single week, somebody from my team, we're either waiting for a big wire transfer to come in, we're sending something out, we're buying property, or we're doing something. If it doesn't go out quickly, if it doesn't go out by 4 p.m., right? It's just not getting out. Sometimes even earlier. And by the way, if it doesn't get out by 4, you're not getting it probably until Monday afternoon because there's so many people queued up in that line, vis-a-vis the weekend. Why is that, right? And Asher can send me $1 billion worth of Bitcoin on a Saturday night while he's having a glass of wine with his fiance, right? And it can hit my wallet 2 seconds later with no transaction fees, when I say no, virtually none, anywhere in the world, instantaneously, without FX, without banks taking the fees off of it. Like, why does JP have to have their fingers in this? Why does there have to be foreign exchange fees in this? You know, if you want to go buy your beautiful watch and somebody has that watch in Morocco, you want it. What bank calls it? And how does the money get wired? You may as well just take a briefcase of cash and fly to Morocco and go pick up your watch. You know, versus somebody sends you their wallet address, you send them, and the next day it's in a FedEx package, heading back overseas. So crypto is incredible, and crypto is going to run the world. It's right around the corner.
Yeah, do you see anybody trading Bitcoin now for the watch?
So I think it's a little bit different because
I don't know anybody who wants to get rid of it.
right.
Well, I mean, that's because Bitcoin is growing at 70% a year, and that watch is not as beautiful. Right. So you tell me if you want to be on the other side of the trade. There have been people who gave the 15,000 Bitcoin for a pizza once, and now that Bitcoin's worth about $10 billion.
It's interesting because when you look at Bitcoin appreciation relative to any asset, it always wins over the long term, right? And I think that's the key is like the power of Bitcoin, the power of crypto is when you travel around the world, you just normalize it. You don't have to go to the ATM at the bank to try to get your money, do an FX rate to your point, like you can just transfer your wealth to whoever you want.
To a fucking account, you want it anywhere in the world.
Wherever you want.
Then you can buy it.
Yeah.
You can't do that with
It's
any stuff.
digital gold.
Yeah.
It's digital gold. How do you do that? You take a gold bar over, you're traveling around Italy with your beautiful wife. You take a gold bar. What do? You go smell it outside. You put it in the luggage. You check it with a baggage handler. Of course not, right? It's insane. And so Bitcoin is just modern day finance. Crypto is modern day finance. And I'm telling you, when you look back, in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, these are going to be the rails that the world operates on. It's going to be Bitcoin.
Use that word rails. What do you use?
Well, I'm talking about Bitcoin as digital gold. I'm talking about stable coins is obviously, stable coin is just effectively, a currency. Well, let's just take the US dollar because that's 99.9% stable coins on the US dollar. So it's just a digitalized version of the US dollar. And so, why would you transact with paper money when you can transact vis-a-vis a wallet instantaneously, vis-a-vis your phone, using the same currency all around? All I'm saying is all these crypto rails are happening right now. They're forming on Amazon, forming on with all the airlines, right? I mean, all the hotel companies. We're going to start accepting Bitcoin. We're going to start accepting all cryptocurrencies if you want to stay at one of the Trump properties. It's just modern day finance. It's how things are going to interact. You're no longer going to be relegated to have to get your wire transfer out using your example, using a Swift system at 4 o'clock, on a Friday. If you want to send it out at 7 p.m. on a Friday, it will get there instantaneously and you'll hit that wallet. And those people will start being able to take that money and transact with it instantaneously.
Anyone who denies that is basically like folks in 1985 saying you're never going to buy something on the internet. Like it is happening. You're either going to get on the train or not. And exactly, like to think about that you would buy everything over there, you order food on your phone and you get delivered. That was unfathomable 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Today, if you think about the logic of why shouldn't you be able to control your own money, transact your own money, that is going to naturally happen. And then Bitcoin ultimately is, because that's the difference, I think, too, for people who are looking at crypto, there's so much out there. Some things are more speculative. Some things have tangible value behind them, like mining, where you're putting energy, you're putting costs into actually producing it, you can't just print it. And then there's some that are stable coins that directly correlate with the value of an underlying asset like the US dollar, right? So I think it's important people don't think about crypto just as a blanket of like, this is everything. There are different use cases for each piece of it, just like in finance, there's bonds.
You want the Ethereums and the Ripples, you want those to work.
Look, I think it's an overall ecosystem, right? And if you think about kind of modern day centralized finance, you have bonds, you have equity.
Right. You need more than one winner.
You need different products for different types of risk appetite.
Yeah.
And I think Bitcoin is just a store of value. It's like gold. And then you have other instruments that offer different types of services.
And Bitcoin's leading the way, right?
Yeah.
Bitcoin is number one by a fraction of a lot. It is leading the crypto industry. It is number one. People love it. People revere it. It's where people want to be. It's become the least volatile of everyone by far. It's the most known. It's probably the most accessible. Vis-a-vis all the other channels, forget about the DeFi for a second, and vis-a-vis the ETFs and obviously companies, treasury companies, et cetera, who do effectively what we're doing. And you probably have the most behind it. I mean, the mining and energy power behind Bitcoin around the world, Asher said before, the energy energy used to mine Bitcoin is more than many small countries. They're probably not small countries. They're probably actually very large countries. And you truly take what it takes to power the Bitcoin ecosystem. And then I hear from people who don't know really anything about the subject all the time. Well, could it be hacked? And I go, if you knew what was securing that system, when you see our data center, at 600 yards long with the unfathomable amounts of energy that we use to mine Bitcoin every single day, you realize that that's a couple % of the world's total mining. And this is the most spectacular facility you've ever seen. And you know that there are, that is distributed around the world and it's being done everywhere. You're not hacking that system. You're not breaking that system. Before you do, the Pentagon's gone, Amazon's gone, Google's gone, Microsoft's gone.
So when Amazon had their outages, how did that affect you guys?
We're not running on their servers. We're running on our own. So we're pulling from the energy grid.
And then what do you say to the greeners that there's like, oh, you're burning too much electricity and this is going to be prohibited to?
So I think there's a couple of things, because that was a big topic back in 2021. And the beauty about Bitcoin mining as well is, unlike if you're building a manufacturing facility, you have to run that power all the time. If you're building an AI data center, you have to run that power all the time, right? Cloud data centers, et cetera. For Bitcoin mining, whether our data center is on or off, we're contributing that computer to the network. So we're off. There's still the rest of the computers around the world that are securing that network. And so what's beautiful about securing that, because they're securitizing every single transaction and verifying it, right? And so why we are in Amarillo, Texas, is this. A bunch of tax dollars were given to subsidize wind farms and solar farms. Those were built in the middle of nowhere, where there's not enough consumption. And so we actually built our facility right next to a wind farm, because that wind farm was losing money because no one was consuming the power. And we said, you know what? We'll consume your power for cheap. And so when power prices go up, we actually shut down our data center, and because if power
During the day, no, I guess it's going to go up.
So right now we have the most efficient seasonally, like during the summer, hot summer months or specific peaks and so forth. But we actually help stabilize the grid, because when the grid really needs the power, we can shut off because the power's too expensive and we don't want to mine Bitcoin at more than it costs. And so I think that's something that people who are thinking about energy and ESG, like the US and the world needs more power generation, not less. And so the question is not how do you solve the consumption issue, is how do you solve building more generation? And if you have folks like us that come and will consume power that no one else wants, when people need the power prices go up, we shut down, you're allowing these sites to be built more economically. And so the idea originally was like, all right, if tax and subsidies are funding all of these assets, we can come and actually make them profitable rather than just losing money in taxpayer dollars, and then we can help underwrite new sites being developed. And so that's where I think, like, if you think that energy is finite, you've already lost and you're dead. Like, you have to think about what can you do to contribute to the growth of energy generation within the U.S.
Who came up with the name American Bitcoin?
It's great. It's a great name. That's great.
That's it.
Great tip.
I'm trying to come up with a name right now.
Creating chicken farm, I'll never forget this. Asher, Mike, our other partner, and me and a couple other guys. And I go, it has to have the name American in there. It has to have the word Bitcoin in there. I think we have to give the credit to Mike. I think he goes, how about American Bitcoin? I go, you're a freaking genius, Mike. You're an absolute.
And then which other immediately check for the ticker symbol?
We locked that ticker symbol right away. We bought the two websites. The websites were expensive to sell. I mean, ABTC is the first ticker, I believe, on the NASDAQ, right?
The BTC and ABTC is literally the first.
And so it's a great name. And I can't tell you how passionate we are about this company. I really believe we're building the greatest Bitcoin company. One of the great Bitcoin companies anywhere in the world. I think the ability to dollar cost average down your BTC holdings each and every single day. You want to go sit on the beach, not that anybody ever sits on the beach, at least not my business, but if you want to go sit on the beach all day, you're still accreting Bitcoin right to the bottom line of this company, and it is so cool. And this guy's the greatest. He's smart, dude. He's been in the world longer than anybody. He knows more about energy consumption.
How old are you? 30. Oh, God.
And
So Tucker Carlson this week said that the CIA is Satoshi, and he is. Did you hear this?
Yeah,
I interviewed Tucker once, and I walked away. I'm like, I think Tucker's crazy. I told my wife, I said, I think this guy's lost it. So do you think the CIA is Satoshi and the creator of Bitcoin?
I can tell you, American Bitcoin is not mining Bitcoin for the CIA. That's much I can tell you.
And look, the reality too is, it doesn't matter who created Bitcoin. What matters is,
Well, kind of would at the CIA.
But yes, I don't think it's the CIA, let's start there.
Okay.
But, because right now the network is so decentralized, you have these servers around the whole world. And so for someone to actually make a change in the network, they have to own more than 50% of the network. I think Derek's
How many miners around the world?
millions.
Millions of miners. Individuals.
Individuals, machines, et cetera.
And how many data centers like yours? There's 600 yards or 600.
Thousands. Different sizes, right? Small,
I gotta
bigger.
I want to go see that.
Yeah, bigger, for sure.
That's
You've
all.
got to. You know, we'll send you some photos as well. I mean, you've got to see it, and I think that's the thing. Even if you had the money,
Yeah.
you have to have the energy to support it. And to Eric's point, literally countries worth of energy. So even if someone had the money and said, I'm going to go try to break this, et cetera, you need to have all the energy, all the infrastructure. And by the time you're starting to build it, people will notice and they'll go build it themselves.
Yeah,
Well,
give me an argument against the quantum physics. The quantum is going to figure it out. Quantum computers are going to figure out the code and hack it.
Yeah.
Tell me why I don't need to worry about
A couple. This topic's come up a lot recently, actually. So number one, as Eric mentioned, people are going to hack a lot of other things before they hack Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin, then that means everyone's bank accounts, the government, et cetera, will be hacked in Europe. The world is in a much worse situation than that world. That's the first. Second is, the whole value of Bitcoin is that you have the securitized network and store value. So if you're hacking it to get the Bitcoin, you're just destroying the value of Bitcoin if you're hacking it.
Right.
So you actually don't have an incentive to, because you destroy the underlying.
It's just a terrible person.
Yes, and then the third one is, if you, so the network is based on like, we went from home computers to GPUs to now ASICs. This is another leap of compute. And so if you're just getting these chips to be more efficient, the evolution of the market will change and we'll say, you know what, let's use this type of securitized system in order to do the network. And everyone is aligned on, we want to have the Bitcoin network secure. And so I think there will be an evolution in the compute, and as long as you have enough people, the difference is this, is like, if there's one nefarious person in the world that owns a quantum computer and no one else owns it, like, that's a world where they're wreaking havoc in the whole world. I think one is like, people developing quantum don't have the resources unless they're trusted institutions, like obviously Google's announcing a bunch of stuff with quantum and things of that nature. And so those are the different.
What are your concerns? If you had any concerns, what would they be? If you had any.
Look, I'm a big believer. If you think about AI, there are all the great things and all bad things, right? If you think about the internet technology, the same thing goes to say about it. Is technology good or bad for people? I think when you think about quantum, it's the same thing. With cheaper compute, which is essentially what quantum is you can run everything infinitely faster. And so with cheaper compute, what does that unlock for healthcare system? What does that unlock for the world? Yes, there's the nefarious side of things, and I think that exists in weapons, that exists in the internet, but I'm a big believer, the cheaper compute gets, the more it can go to advancing humanity, advancing the world. And so I think there's bad in everything, but as long as we have society that covers around those nefarious actors, we've done that historically for all other technologies, and I don't think we're going to change in how we approach this technology.
I noticed that Sailor went over to Mar-a-Lago, okay? And I see you guys jumping into the game. And so, were you guys concerned that there's too many treasury companies jumping in, trying to do what Sailor did and what you're doing, that maybe don't have a real product, real service, or real asset?
So Michael's been a friend of mine for 25 years. I literally knew Michael back in my early 20s. We've been good friends. Not only have we stayed in touch the entire time, he actually, I had dinner with him at Mar-a-Lago. He goes, Eric, you got to do this. Right now, you got a mortgage. We have no doubt on Mar-a-Lago. He goes, you need to take a mortgage on Mar-a-Lago right now. You know, pull out $1 million and just go buy.
You make Mar-a-Lago that's only worth 18.
Yeah, Mar-a-Lago, the Attorney General of New York says it's only worth $18 million, yes. And he goes, you got to take that, you got to go buy Bitcoin. I said, Michael, listen, I love you. If I mortgage my father's house and go buy Bitcoin, this is, I know you're right, because I believe in Bitcoin fundamentally as an asset, it's short faster anyway. But it's just, I joked to him, I go, I never had somebody try and convince me to get into a business that would ultimately be competitive against them. Michael Saylor really believes, he believes in the theory that, kind of a high tide rises all boats. And he really, really does. And he told me, he goes, Eric, you got to do this. You got to do this with Trump work, and I think you'd be massively successful in doing it. And I go, let me think about it. And then sure enough, and I had been personally buying Bitcoin for a long time at that point. And I met Asher, and we called Michael one day. We go, we're going to jump into this game. We're going to take a little bit of a different approach than you. Again, you're going out using financial markets to just buy Bitcoin, hold it in your balance sheet, and let it appreciate. You stack and stack. We're going to appreciate. We're going to do this. We're going to do what you're doing on this side. But we're also going to go mine at substantial discounts, and we're going to add the two together. And it's been one of the most fun.
Did you like it?
Honestly, Michael has been the greatest supporter of us, and I've been, we've both been the greatest supporter of Michael. Michael is a brilliant guy. So what he's been able to create is amazing. How they haven't let him on the S&P 500.
Yeah, I think he'll get past that.
So I think he probably will in the next month or 2 or 3. And I think he'll truly go down as having one of the most valuable companies anywhere in the world. What he's built is amazing, and he's been a great champion for the crypto industry. And by the way, he's right. He's right. He saw this before anybody, and he's done a hell of a job, and he's an amazing person.
I went to him and I showed him what I wanted to do, right? And I was like, okay, what's the portion? I said 85% real estate, below replacement cost, and then we'll just stack the Bitcoin on top to get back to replacement cost. So like an 85-15, he's like, you want my opinion? I said, yeah, that's why I came here. He's like, you're a pussy.
He's not a big one. What Michael would actually do is that he would tell you just sell all your real estate and just buy it.
And he's like, you just get rid of the real estate. I said, I'm not a real estate guy. So now we're at 1/3 real estate, 1/3 Bitcoin, 1/3 Fannie Mae debt. So I think we're much more aggressive now.
That's amazing.
You like that model?
I love that. I love that model. I think it's brilliant. I think it's
just second-minded too.
We effectively do the same with Trump. We just do it in a little bit of a different vehicle, right? I mean, we obviously are a private company, so we don't have external investors. We're not doing it in a public entity, but we treasure a lot of Bitcoin, and we truly believe in it. So I have commercial assets. We've got all the hotels. We've got all the golf courses around the world, right?
All that's privately owned.
And we own that privately. And by the way, we have very little debt, right? But it's still, you still have cost. Everybody has a cost of capital. Right. How can you maximize your cost of capital? And then we have, a really nice crypto holding, right, across the company. And
I've heard different things about what that is.
But think for a second. I mean, value is extracted so many different ways. You could have a building like this, and say this building cash flows. Let's just use a silly example, for $10 million a year. But the actual value of this building could be going up by 3-4x that, but not in a liquid capacity, not in the capacity, like the inherent value of the equity. Yet you have an asset like Bitcoin, where you can see that massive appreciation and have liquidity instantaneously, right? So it's the best of both worlds. I really believe in the model. I'm a real estate guy. I'm a construction guy. I believe in it. I'm certainly a crypto guy now. I probably spend more time right now in crypto than I do real estate, but you see the appreciation of these two assets in very different ways. Real estate, hard, illiquid, tangible, cash flow, but your cash flow doesn't represent the full value. Your actual asset, and that's just a little tail of the value of that actual asset. But then on the other side, you have the liquidity, you have the movability, you have the protection. You can't have a bad management team. You can't have a fire take it out. You can't have a tornado take it out. You can't have a corrupt government trying to seize it, as Letitia James tried to do with us. Yeah, you can't have a leaky roof.
I hope she goes to jail.
And so you can have two assets that work really in tandem that I think are hugely accretive toward one another.
Okay, before you guys get out of here, I gotta ask you this question, okay? What is target? Next election's what, 28?
28. Well,
whether your dad runs again or not.
Would you like to see him run again? Your wife would. What's you are. Would you like to be Donald Trump to be president for the 3rd term?
What do you think? What date will that be? November 6th, I guess?
It'll be November 20th of 2029.
What will the price of Bitcoin be that day?
In a 4-year period of time?
Come up with your own number.
Oh God, I think we'll be above 500,000.
Oh yeah.
I do.
I agree. I think I'm a big believer of you hold it steady.
Yeah. Are you concerned about this is the end of the fourth? The fourth. What is it called? Halving. Right. Or this is the end of the fourth cycle of the halving of this halving. Aren't we at the end of that right now?
In a little bit, not yet.
Because I'm hearing some guys say, hey, the next 45 days till the end of the year is going to be explosive.
Well, you have a lot of things that can drive that. First of all, fourth quarter with Bitcoin has always been, phenomenally, great. Second of all, the quantitative easing, you've got the monetary policy. You'll probably have another 2 to 3 rate cuts before the end of the year.
How it goes away.
That's always incredibly kind of accretive. Third of all, the floodgates are opening up on crypto every single day, right? Every single day, another. Let me just give you a quick example. I use this all the time, but I think it's Fidelity. Every 401k, your 401k is probably at Fidelity, or your company's 401k program is probably at Fidelity. I click into our 401k program to create a digital asset wallet. Yes, all of a sudden, digital asset wallet right here, I can buy Bitcoin. It literally took me one click of a mouse, log into, log into my 401k. The point is every single day the dam is breaking, right? people are getting more and more access, and people understand it more and more, the education around it. And by the way, there's more serious people in this game. You're a serious guy. You're in this game. I can't tell you how many real estate people I know who are trying to pair BTC with their hard assets. And these are the smartest guys on the street, the biggest families, the biggest companies. You know, you have a level of maturity that you have in this industry, and now you have the ability to actually access that industry without breaking it, without ledgers and other things. And so I think you're going to see parabolic growth over the next couple of years. And I don't care if it's 5 years, I don't care if it's 10 years. I believe with every ounce of my heart that this is truly one of the great assets of our time, and I'm all in. This guy's certainly all in.
And you don't care.
You're all in.
Yeah, I definitely, so we'll have a good.
What else are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy T-bills?
Exactly.
Look,
Talk to me about what my options are. Just give me, what else should I invest in?
you know, I mean, inflation over the last 4-year period would have absolutely killed your return on T-bills. You'd be underwater, right? You would have been in an inflationary environment, so you would go buy equities. You know, so maybe
You gotta be in the right 7 or 8, 9, 10, maybe of them that.
Yeah, and then maybe you're making a couple percent, but I don't think you're, again, you just look back over the last 10-year period of time, if BTC has gone up 70% a year over the last 10 years, on average, right? Nothing's beaten the performance of that asset. It's been incredible. And again, I see the demand around the world. I see the people who want it. I see the biggest families are hoarding it. I see what companies are doing, putting it on the balance sheet. By the way, let's not forget one last thing. You've got every private wealth manager who used to hate it. I have a good friend who's like, crypto, that's funny money, right? He's one of the top guys at one of the biggest banks. He runs a private wealth office in Greenwich, Connecticut. A year and a half ago, he said crypto's funny money. And now he's saying that he's recommending that all of his people put 5% into cryptocurrencies, right? This is a guy who was not a believer 18 months ago, and he's putting all his clients into it. So I think you're going to see a lot of just 401ks and other things that take on real percentages of cryptocurrency as part of the portfolios, and that's sticky money. This isn't money that's traded. This is money that's just put in an account and left alone, to obviously create value long term.
You're going to get the biggest things in the world. We just have people reach out. The largest things in the world saying, hey, we'll lend against your Bitcoin, right? Similar to you can lend against your cash in your account, your equities, et cetera. And so these are the largest bulge bracket banks in the world that years ago said this thing's a scam, no one's going to touch it.
Legacy banks.
Literally a couple days ago, we reached out and said, would you guys like to lend against your Bitcoin?
What do those terms look like?
A couple percentage, high single digit percentage points right now. Yeah. But that will come down because lending against
what leverage against the Bitcoin?
You could get at least 50, around 40 to 70%, depending on kind of what your margin calls are and what your actual rates. But those rates used to be somewhere between 11 to 13%.
Right.
Now they're closer to 6 to 8%, and that will continue to come down.
Yeah. But Grant, one more thing. I mean, think if you have $1 million of Bitcoin in your account, you and your wife want to go buy a house, you drive by a house one day.
Yeah, I gotta have that.
Yeah, $800,000 house, right? You go borrow against your Bitcoin, and that so your asset is increasing. Let's say that just historically it's 70% that we were talking about a second ago. It's increasing over here. You get that money, but you don't get it after waiting 120 days after going through a know your customer with your bank, right? And pushing paper fees, and you have title companies. I mean, that money hits your account instantaneously. You borrow against that money.
Oh, I would borrow against.
Yeah, and so guess what? You want to borrow at 8% LTV base? And guess what? I mean, if it goes down 20%, using blockchain technology, it can, in the middle of the night, it can sell off 10 more percent, and it can keep you in the money, right? It can keep that ratio. A HELOC could never do that. A HELOC could never do that because it's set, and also real estate is illiquid, so it's not able to actually sell it down. But think about, you have $1 million there, you want to borrow $800,000, and you go into your Coinbase, and you borrow against the asset that you have that you believe is going to continue to appreciate. 5 minutes later, that money, less than 5 minutes later, that money is in your wallet, and congratulations, you walk into that house, and you close on that house on the spot.
Yeah, my hello assets, I'll close in 5 minutes.
Do you think JP Morgan is going to be thrilled?
Yeah.
Of course not. They want all their fees. The reason they have the tallest skyscrapers in the world in every major city in the world is because they're getting low origination fees, and then they're getting kickbacks from the surveyors, and then they're getting kickbacks from the inspectors, and then they go through this process, and then there's an application. They're not thrilled about this. Yeah. Not thrilled about this at all. And by the way, why should you be able to borrow off your own assets? Half the time they turn you down.
Yeah.
They say that you'll have X number of dollars in their bank, and they say you're not an accredited investor, or that you don't have enough collateral in order to buy the house. Whose decision is that? Why is it theirs? Why isn't it yours? And blockchain's going to be able to do that using Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies.
you say, last thing here, I could buy ABTC this morning for $6 or so. What's it at? What's the trade at? How often do you?
I haven't looked at it. $5.5, $6.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could buy Bitcoin for 10,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the better return? Which one do I get a better
The
return?
thing that I-
$6 stock or
The thing that I would tell people to look at is this. The way to look at American Bitcoin is how many Bitcoin per share. We're gonna start releasing that number pretty frequently, because ultimately, when you buy public companies, like, what is your P multiple, right? And so, what is your Bitcoin per share? What is the multiple you're willing to give on the Bitcoin per share? Because the dollar stock price will up and flow day to day, right? And that's out of our control. What is in our control is that when you own a share of American Bitcoin, we will focus on growing and increasing Bitcoin per share. Because if you just buy Bitcoin, you're stuck at that amount forever. With American Bitcoin, we'll continue giving you a Bitcoin yield and letting you compound Bitcoin. We're mining it, we're getting cheap capital to buy, so it's a creative dilution, and we're growing that Bitcoin per share. And so honestly, the reason I said I don't know the stock price is all I look at is what is our Bitcoin per share on a day-to-day basis, and we have an internal report. Because the stock price will go up, will go down per share. And over the next 5, 10 years, we know that Bitcoin will go up. Maybe there's some dips in between and it'll grow, but over the long term, Bitcoin has always gone up. And as Eric mentioned, looking over the last decade, it's compounded on an annual CAGR of 70% year over year, right? Like some years it's down, some years it's up, but on an average, it's 70%. So if we believe that metric, yeah, if we're and so that's where I think people should look at what the Bitcoin per share is, feel like, hey, is this a multiple I'm willing to pay on ABTC? If so, then you buy it, you hold it, you don't worry about day-to-day price momentum. It'll go up, it'll go down, but over the long term, you'll own more and more Bitcoin. You buy Bitcoin, you'll have the appreciation of Bitcoin, but that's it. You're not going to compound on that Bitcoin yield.
Awesome. Thank you. Good. Kurt, thank you. It's American Bitcoin, guys. Check it out. Are you an accredited investor? The bank, liquid, earning less than 0.5%. Hey, my name's Grant Cardone. I started with $350,000.
Continue watching.